What update? Emoji thumbs up.
Who is that? Not good at reading the live chat. You gotta forgive me.
Emoji thumbs up.
It's Briggs. Hey buddy, how are you?
It's me, Brixby.
Yep. I'm gonna have to apologize ahead of time. I can't read the chat while I'm driving. And my sound system usually drowns out the...
It's all good, brother. I know how it is.
It's all good. She pronounces words horribly sometimes, and usually I play my sound system pretty loud, and it tends to drown her out. But the good thing about that is I actually discovered that the audio delay on my Denon AVR is a bit off from the game. Because, like, when I hit the wall in Tokyo with Tommy, it would go kaboom! Like, I don't know, a half a second after I hit? It's kind of crazy. I need to get my mic situation sorted out. I'm still using the mic that's in the camera, which is pointed at my feet. So, I know that affects the audio a bit. I don't want to wear headphones because I won't be able to hear my surroundings. I love the 7.1 surround and with DTSX, and I can tune the speaker levels to where I need it, and it does a pretty good job. It's not Atmos or Sony's 3D that's on the PS5, but it does a good job of upmixing the 7.1 to 11.1. I've got 4 overhead speakers. It's not perfect. I just don't want to cover my ears. I need to hear stuff.
I know how that can be, brother. I used to use the chat reader, but I've been forcing myself to learn to read and race, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, maybe an iPad Pro in front of my face would help. But that's a lot of money to invest, man. And to be honest, I don't know if it would actually help with me or not. The bigger channels, these guys, they've got it set up really, really well.
Be right back. So internet is acting up again. Emoji disappointed face.
Oh, yay. You gotta love that. Are you at work still? $1,000, 22 $1,000, 23 $1,000, 24 $1,000, 25 $1,000, 26 $1,000, 27 $1,000, 28 $1,000, 29 $1,000, 30. Well, comma, your internet might be goofy, or it's taking more than 30 seconds for you to hear the question that I just asked you, comma, LOL.
Well, your internet might be goofy, or it's taking more than 30 seconds for you to hear the question that I just asked you, LOL.
I'll check and see if there's anything in the Legends dealership. I don't know if I should buy it before it's gone, man. Sauber, its time is about due. Yeah, I'm not going to buy that. The Mira helped me out in GT6 around Rome, which is a track they need to bring back. I can care less about having Magnum PI's car. And this thing just pisses me off so bad. This is the car that's in the license test S10. It's a friggin' nightmare. It's an absolute damn nightmare. I still haven't passed it. That thing's a dog. It probably can use a tune. I haven't driven that yet. I've already got this. No, I don't have this car. I've got a different McLaren F1. I've got the race car, I believe. I think I spent like 10.4 million, something thereabout, for it. This thing, I have no desire whatsoever to have it. It's going to be a death trap for the way I drive. That big lump in the back. In every other Gran Turismo game, it was a nightmare. So I'm not doing it. So I'm really debating if I should get the Sauber or not. If I don't get the Sauber now, I'm probably going to regret it. And I can make 3 million back in how long? 2 hours? Yeah. With 4 runs, I can make 3 million back, right? Hey Siri, what's 725 times 4?
725 times 4 is 2,900.
Ooh, it's 2.9 million. Huh. Shit. Well, still, it's 4 runs, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I can be up till 3 easily. So yeah, let's buy it before it's gone. Snap, crackle, pop, go my knees. So if you're tuning in for the first time, I'm DaveTheStalker. I'm a new YouTube streamer. I'm a noob when it comes to GT7 because I didn't play GT Sport all that much. And for GT6 and GT5, we didn't have the share function. Although with one of the Need for Speed, I think it was Need for Speed Shift, it was able to share 15-second clips very easily, if I recall. Because I've got a lot of those in the early years of my channel. Good grief, I can't believe I'm saying that. My channel's not all that old as far as number of videos go. I haven't been streaming on a regular basis, like, you know, weekly or every other day kind of a thing since GT7 came out, and I'm really getting used to it, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I stream on Twitch a lot, and then I import it over to YouTube. So, okay, let's go over here and see how this thing sounds. So if you don't mind smashing the crap out of that like button. I almost said something that was not kid friendly. Smashing the crap out of that like button and subscribing. That would be great if you did that. I'm kind of waging a war against YouTube because I believe I've got a license to play Spotify music while gaming on PS4 or
what
PS5.
Emoji thumbs up. Like deployed emoji thumbs up. It's me, Brixby. It's all good, brother. I know how it is. I know how it can be, brother. I used to use the chat reader, but I've been forcing myself to learn to read and race, lol.
Alright,
Be
so
right
now it's
back. Internet is
repeating.
acting up again. Emoji disappointed face.
Now
Well,
it's repeating
your internet might be goofy
old
or that's
comments.
taking more than 30 seconds for you to hear the question that I just asked you, LOL.
Yeah, it repeats for some strange reason. I don't know why. Alright, so let's jump in the car we just bought, the Salver. Damn it. Where is it? That's not the friggin' Salver. I hate this friggin' game sometimes. Alright, so here's the Salver. Wow. When I get my butt kicker working again, that's gonna sound badass. Just sit back and admire it. If this is the first time you're watching one of my videos, I'm not the world's best driver. I'm not the world's worst. Well, then again, I might be. It sure is party. Crap. Now let's see what's in here. If there's any update. If there's anything I want to buy. Okay. Can you see this? Right here. This scab. I bump into crap a lot. Not fun. Hurts sometimes. Yeah. Touched your old stuff. Nah. Roof. 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 Yep. Fine. Roof. So there's another $774,000 I have to make up. So that's one race. Yep. Gotta buy the yellow bird. They better fix that crap too. It's a bit on the loud side. I don't want to wake up Wifey Poo. Wait, we didn't go see Maverick today. Wifey Poo was summoned to work. They rely on her a lot. And she was supposed to have today off, and we had plans to go see Maverick, and I actually got up early, which, not the easiest thing in the world for me to do. Got up at 9, went to bed at 5, or whatever time that, was. So yeah, I was up. I was hitting the snooze button for a while, and I was listening to the Blaze. Alright. I need to look at my Porsches. I didn't say Porsches, I said Porsches. Porsche. Porsches. Porsches. Excuse me. Listen to this monster. It's a monster. Yeah. This is an NSX, by the way, and those are not the tires that come on it. I need to find a real M&M candy decal that has like a bunch of the candies together. I want to make the car a bowl of candies. This car is pretty badass. I need to figure out how to do ghost flames. Rear view monitor, plus a monitor for all your gauges and stuff. I need to figure out how to do ghost flames or the negative decal. Breezer, you know how to do the negative decals. Ah, crikey. So one of my signature liveries has got, well, hang on, back up. Alright, so one of my signature liveries, we're going to create this from this existing one and just edit it. My signature's got the GT flames in it. So we're going to go ahead on the side of the car, and we're going to add that. Where do I want to put it? No, don't do that yet, dipshit. How do I move the car around? With the sticks, the stick and the triggers. Back up, dumbass. What are you doing? It's like you forgot everything you're supposed to do. Okay, so what I learned from Kaboom Operator. And you gotta think is I have to actually look at the shit on the side. Okay, so hitting R3, hitting and holding R3 is going to show me where on the car I can lay down decals, which looks to be almost everywhere except for the windows, I guess. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. The texture here. This is very interesting. I wonder what I could do with that. Huh. So that's all winglets for Arrow. Huh. Those are interesting. So I'm guessing those are an other, or are those part of the left, the side? Let's find out. So let's go down to other and light this bitch up. So the colors, okay, for me it's all whitish except for this shit here in the front. It's got the turquoise or what? Okay, so the grill can be the grill can be colored or decaled. Well, it can have paint applied to it, or decals, or shapes. Plus the okay, the grill extends underneath the lights, and also all right. So I guess this is turquoise, the color. Or is that the entire car? Fuck. Damn it. I didn't go around from the car. Okay, so that is other. Look at the color of it. Alright, so go down to other and wheel it around. Okay, so this, the dark coloration is the grill. You know, all the black there of the grill. And then the back window. And is that considered other in there, or is it a shadow? Damn it. I got used to doing this. Some people it's super easy. Those guys are just blessed. Okay, so am I in different ways, and I'll get this. Not as good as they are, but I'll get it in a simple, rudimentary way. I didn't play sport that much. I was lazy, and I didn't want to move my rig. Okay, so the back window can be done in other also. Yeah, I didn't want to move my rig around, so I just played with the DualShock 4 and used the motion control, which was good. Not great, not nearly as good as a wheel. I tried Drive Club with my wheel, and I didn't like it. I'm using a Thrustmaster T500 RS. And I recently have bought the Thrustmaster TLCM pedals, and those are excellent. Why is it not darker? It should be darker, shouldn't it? So I got the sides, yeah. This is just the wing, okay. Side mirrors. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, well, you put decals on the mirrors, like body 2, which is the hood. Yeah, so body 2 is just the hood. I need to figure out what those winglets are. Or are they not paintable? Can you not put decals on them? Huh. Really? I guess you can't do anything with the winglets? And the winglets stay the color of the body? No way. It's gotta be other. No, you can't paint the winglets. The winglets Stay the color of the body, apparently. I don't know what else other is.
What update? Emoji thumbs up. Like deployed emoji thumbs up. It's me Brixby. It's all good, brother. I know how it is. I know
There's the
how
repeat.
it can be, brother. I used to use the chat reader, but I've been forcing myself to learn to read and race. LOL. Be
Yeah.
right back. Internet is acting up again. Emoji disappointed face. Well, your internet might be goofy, or it is taking more than 30 seconds for you to hear the question that I just asked you. LOL.
Oh boy. Some people just flow through this no problem. Okay, so how do you know that you're dead center? That's my question. Okay, here's something else that I need to change. I want to try and make ghost flames. That's what I want to do. I want to make ghost flames. Crap. Wrong place for my ghost flames. Nope. Nope. Collection, dipshit. Nope. Not there. There we go. Shapes. Crikey. Okay. Pattern 2. There it is. Boom. Done. So let's just make them dark for now. I recently discovered this. If you go down to the colors and use the stick and move the stick. Oh, there's more colors. I still can't find fucking blue. Okay, is that a blue? Okay, let's add blue to the open color favorites. Okay, I hope that's blue. Open the color picker. I don't want to fuck with it. Okay, so let's go that color, whatever color that is. Okay, wait. Need to go over here to options. So if you're using decals, the camera rotation, the X, the axis. Huh. Either standard or inverted. Come on, stay in there, stupid. The exposure. Okay, so you can change. Okay, I'm looking for transparency. Camera rotation, Y, that's up and down. Projection type. Align with surface is good for decals. Align with camera is good for shapes. Default decal color. I guess. Okay. Default background. Ooh, okay. So white. Outdoors clear, outdoors sunny. Huh. What did I used to use? Sunny? Try it and see what it does. I guess I'll change. For what? Why didn't it switch? It should have switched. Why didn't it change? Okay, editor options, outdoor sunny. Yeah, okay, done. Boom. Now how do I change the friggin' look? Go to preview? No. How do I change it outdoor? That's not fucking outdoor, man. Look at the bottom. Camera position, rotation, zoom, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is all. I already know this already. How do I change the look? This is not outdoors by any means. Do I have to leave the fucking editor? Oh, shit, man. Why didn't it go outdoors? Fuck. How do I make it look outdoors? Okay, controls, camera position, camera rotation, zoom, check editing area. What does L3 do? Does L3 do anything here? I don't know. Fuck. Change the view to outdoors. That's what I selected it for. Shit. I don't know how to change it. Didn't I change the damn color to a darker color? Yeah, I did. There it is. That decal. Back up. Work. One of the diplanes is what they are? Are they diplanes? It's projecting down. Do I want to do that? No. Okay, so let's fix that. Okay. Because it's a decal, you go to align with surface, and the limit angle and the limit depth. Which one is this? Depth, maybe. Okay, that doesn't, I don't think that, nope, that fucked the whole thing up. Now let's go back to there, so it's the angle. No, that still ain't right. Oop. The decal needs to go up some. That's what's going on. Alright. Yeah, that's all. Huh. Is it round? I really don't want to go below that diplane, if that's what they're called. Okay, I don't like how it's going back behind there. It needs to be... Huh. See, if I stretch it all the way to the back, I can go ahead and try and do that. Stretch that flame out to the back of the car entirely. So we're going to do some skewing. Alright, so hitting L1, Going up with the right stick. Okay. And this is going to lay it back. Or is it laying forward? That's laying it back, I think. Okay, so pushing up with the right stick is bringing it forward. It's going to keep on tilting toward me, I guess. What's it doing exactly? I don't know. Shit. Okay. So now, with the left stick while holding L1, it's like twisting it to the right or to the left. What do I want to accomplish here? I want to stretch the decal. Okay. I want to stretch it to the back of the car without raising it. I just want to stretch it. That doesn't look quite right. Yeah. Okay, let me play with the limit. The depth. See if this will get it to go on top of that panel. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, so it's painting around it like that, but it's not going... Well, there's a little bit of color right there. Stretch it, just stretch it back. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to use a stick to do it. How did Boom do that? Fuck. No, don't do any of that shit. Okay, so depth. Okay. How did he like grab it and just pull it around the car? Or is it already around the car? No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Ooh, that's not good. Or wait, it did it to this side also. It's doing it to both sides. It's not what I want to do. Fuck. Okay, so it's going behind there and onto the flare, out to there. Alright, let's click that over to align with camera and see what it does. Just move over a little bit where I want it to be. Make sure that's all correct. manipulate, you gotta be there. You gotta edit decal. See, it looks odd. Alright, let's go align with camera. What difference do I see? Is this part of the back? I bet it is. Or am I just not stretched out enough to what I want to achieve? I want to stretch it out more. I don't want to increase its size, I just want to stretch it out more. Alright, let's try this with the camera instead. I don't want to skew it, I want to stretch it. But if I just pull the right stick, it's also increasing in size. Fuck. Okay. So this did a little bit more of what I wanted, kinda, sorta. Come on, baby. Hey, Pepper. I don't want it to wrap around the back of the car. See, that's what I don't want it to do. I don't want it to wrap past there. I kinda want the flames to stop or to terminate. It's going across. Yep, it's going all the way across. That's not what I want to do. Okay, this is the projection. Right? Right. The projection is cranked way the fuck up. So I'm gonna bring that down so it won't project around the car. See, it's just stopping. It's cutting it off though. Okay, so I got that right, which is just back to normal. So skew and right stick to the left should be bringing the decal back. Fuck. If So we're going to hit L1 and pull it a little bit. Maybe we can hit L1 and... Nope, don't want to do that. Damn it. Fuck. So L1 and the triggers do this. That's not what I want. is it? Yeah, don't do that, stupid. Okay, so I like the way I like what that's doing. The top flame, I like what that's doing. And the bottom flame, let's go to an extreme with it. Let's just go all the way around. Okay, crank that up to 10. Let's see what it's going to do now. Did it go to the other side? No. Yeah. It's not across the window though. I still don't want it wrapping around the car like that. No, I don't have to do that. It's hard to see it. That's the problem. It's hard for me to see it. You guys might be able to see it perfectly fine, but I can't see where this is terminating. Alright, so let's just go +3, see what it does. So this one, if we do this, I'm not sure what the angle does, to be honest. Boomer here, I could ask him. How do we figure this out? Let's take a big swing, see what difference it makes. Okay, so it's wrapping. I don't know, I can't see what difference it's making. I know it's doing something, but the decal is too light for me to be able to discern what it's doing, or to see what it's doing. I kind of need to guess. Fuck. I don't know. Just put it there for the fun of it. Alright, let's just take a step back and look at it and see what it's doing. So my understanding is it did the same thing over here to the side without me having to do it. Or did it? Nope, it didn't. Why didn't it change automatically? Do I just have to hit duplicate? Oh, because there wasn't one over there. Durr. Okay, so now layer controls, duplicate symmetrically. What's the difference? Fuck. Duplicate on the other side. Boom. Let's see what it does. Nope, that's not it. Nope. I'm sure I could just flipped it or some crap. I need to figure out what these do and why I would want to use them in a particular instance. Okay, duplicate symmetrically to the other side. Okay. What did I just do? Shit. How many do I have? 3? Oh, good grief. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so now let's go change the color. Because I want a ghost flame. And I want it to be underneath the other ones. You find a bright, bright yellow. What is this? Yeah, what did it do? Okay. A yellow that almost matches the car. Because it's going to go underneath the other decals. Alright. Go over a little bit. I just discovered this the other night. I didn't even know about this in GT Sport. Yes, I am colorblind with some colors, so you're probably screaming at your screen saying, use that one! Standard. I want yellow, not green. I want a yellow that, you know, is good for the yellow of this car. Here's a bunch of yellows here. Damn, what the fuck was that? Come on, man. Get to where I was at. Bitch. What am I doing? Damn it. That's kind of bright. No, it's not. It's not what I want. No. This was not part of my plan tonight. What color is that? I'm sure these colors have a fucking name of some sort that some people know. I don't know them though. Shit. this looks pretty pale, but it's not. There's a chartreuse. Not really traditional. It's white. Not white. Okay. Duplicate to the other side. Boom. What did you do now? I want that to be symmetric, didn't I? Yes, I did. Fucker. And why didn't this one just simply, why didn't it simply change? Shouldn't it have changed? Why didn't the color change? I don't understand. Why didn't it just change? Damn it.
Hello, hello.
Hey there. Who's on? Goliath. What's up? Okay. Damn it. Shit. And I need to move these.
Where's the JDMs at?
Asia. You gotta go to the world map and go to Asia. Asia Pacific. Okay, I need to move this down below everything. Yep. That's what I want to do. And then this one has to be moved down also.
We want to see them in game and how good they sound is what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. Well, hang on for a second. Let me fire this thing back up. Okay, yellow GT. Really? After I save this and go back to the garage, I need to go hit the head real quick.
When did the game come out?
March 4th. It came out March 4th. So we've had it for a while. Oh, come on, hurry up, I gotta piss. Gee whiz. Come on already, for crying out loud. It takes damn forever. Wow, really? It was already applied. It shouldn't take that long to save. Alright, so I'm going to jump into something else, and then jump back into this car. Alright, I'll be right back.
What update? Emoji thumbs up. Skipping some comments. Be right back. Internet is acting up again. Emoji disappointed face. Well, your internet might be goofy or it has taken more than 30 seconds for you to hear the question that I just asked you. LOL. Hello. Where's the JDMs at? We wanna see them in game and how good they sound is what I'm saying. When did the game come out?
Alright, here you go. Enjoy this. I need beer. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? This one sounds a little bit better, I think. To me, anyway. It screams. It screams on the track, too. Time to go make some money. Catch up on the chat for a second. All right. Well, so much for that. Time to make the donuts. You make sure I didn't post this on Discord already. I feel like an idiot if I already did. On YouTube for a change. How many times have you run it? How many times have you had rain? Question mark. Okay. I had full rain for lap 3 just once, period. The other 3 times I had near misses for 2. The other times, twice were misses from the rain, and then one time was a sprinkle for about 2 minutes. Period. What the crap did you just do? I pitted on lap 3 all the time for inters, because I was expecting decent rain, period. Which screwed the entire race up, period. Got brake earlier. I don't think the fronts are locking up. Oh my gosh, you guys are brutal. What was that boom for? Kaboom! Up, feeling pretty tight. You didn't bump them, you rubbed them. Get out of here. wider angle. Oh shit, what was that? Piece of the wall. Tell you what, I'm finding more and more pieces of the wall in this car than I did in the Lexus. Yeah, I'm locking up a little bit. Let's just go all the way up, see what it does. Shall we? Okay, so where am I at? I'm right here. I'm heading into the freaking Barry R. By the end of lap 2, we are in P6. Some of these idiots might pick this lap. I think they're on mediums. Did I double shift? Lap 3. I could probably go through that third. Heard some tire squeal. Nope, not gonna make it. Damn it. 143 very sloppily. That probably would have been a 140. I'm pretty sure when I ran the 140, it was on lap 3. Fuel map 2. When it's on 1, I tend to drive more sloppily as I go off the road. And miss my fucking braking marker. Stop talking. Still got the delay issue. Okay, so here's third, second, and no, just third and second. P2. Alright, So now I'm getting more brake lockup. Scotty, do you like your brakes on 5 here also? Because the brakes are where the weight is, the back of the car. The chopper. Get to the chopper. Ah, shit. Late. Starting lap 6. I got about 3 drops. Damn it. Hit next lap. What a mess. We're gonna start pitting and then come right out. Wham! Boom! Operator. Oh, wow. That third gear would have rolled through there. I wanted second gear for the rotation. It just really slowed me down. Now next time around there's going to be tire tracks there. Time to pit. Need fuel and and tires, please. Thank you very much. Get out them inters. Oh my gosh, I made that fucking mistake last night. I went out on inters. It was terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. It's a little bit heavier now. A little bit. Plus the tires are not hot. Not yet. Oh shit, same spot. Sixth, it just dies. Scotty's tune is awesome. It's on Kaboom Operator's Discord, and you can find a link to his Discord on his YouTube channel, or with permission, I'll post it in my description. For my socials in my description. And I need to update the product links, make sure they're valid. I don't have affiliate status with any of the products I have yet. So, but all the products that are in my description are products I use. My rig, gloves, like Rock Rider gloves, they're really good. I'm using the half finger glove right now, skeletons. I like them a lot. And the pedals, yeah, I've got the camera on my feet. Focus more on my feet, what my feet are doing than looking at me, because these are brand new Thrustmaster TLCMs. I know they're not new to all of you, but they're new to me. I've been away from the game for a few years. I know they came out 2 years ago, and still, you know, $200 for a quality set of load cell pedals, that's outstanding. $200. Really good value. Kaboom! Operator. do 14 and 15, or I could pit at the end of this lap, giving me 4 laps on the tires. Because it takes a lap for them to get, or 3/4 of a lap for the tires to get hot, the hards. Some people whine about that, but okay, fine, go ahead, have fun whining. I don't, you know, in a 15-lap race, I really don't want my fucking tires to take 2 damn laps or 3 fucking laps to get hot. Now, if you were doing, I don't know, 30 laps on a set of tires here, running full speed, I'd be okay with taking 2 laps to get the hards hot, but we're not. So, yeah. Oh, sheesh. That was nasty. I think I'm going to pit. Need to hear that helicopter a little bit louder. Whoa! Yeah, I should have put the damn inters on there, man. Oh, I should not have put the inters on there. Boom. Stay to the right. See there? That asshole. Well, not him, but they come up. Fuck. Stop talking. Stop talking. And now my tires are dirty. Got no grip. They're cold and they're dirty. Oh, they're still cold. Well, I mean, the outlap warning is to say, hey, slow down a little bit. The tires aren't there yet. But that would suck on Nürburgring, though, wouldn't it? So the wheel's vibrating a little bit, heading into 1 before you hit the peak, or the crest, actually. So that was fastest sector. Damn it. end feels really light. I don't know why, but the front end feels really light, and I don't want to put too much damn stress on my wheel. I really don't. Fuck. Feels lighter than usual. No, 143. I need a 140. I gotta break 140. I hope I saved my 140 race. It's okay. I'm gonna get 139 pretty soon. Or did I already break 139? I think I already did break 139. I think. Shit. Now I'm thinking about my fucking times too much. Here, do this. Make it harder. Oh shit, back end. So apparently I need to focus on that right now. Lap 15. 142.3. Last chance. Last dance. Donna Summer, the Queen of Disco. Hard, clean. There you go. This is your first time here to the channel, please subscribe if you so choose. It would mean a lot. Please like, subscribe, follow. Thanks for watching. Viper. Oh, 141.8. Oh, 26.5. Alright, time to take a picture. I need to figure out how to eliminate that second pit stop. That's what I need to do. Eliminate that second stop. where is it? I need to figure out how to eliminate that second stop, period. I'm on a 2-stop strategy, period. Sorry about that. Got distracted. So how those ghost flames look? Sort of kind of ghost flames. Are they visible? There's a new Spotify version. I wonder if it's high res. I doubt it. Let's look and see. What to test? Welcome to the early access program. You rock. Just continue to use Spotify as normal. If you experience any problems, please let us know. Not a damn word about high res for what, the 2.5, 3 years I've been part of the beta program. You know, they're putting out lots of updates, but they never say what is in those updates. Never. Never, ever, never, ever, ever, never. Never. And I mean never. Let's see if high res was added now. Well, the icons got bigger a couple updates ago. So, audio quality. Automatic, low, normal, high, very high. Nope, no high res. Fuck, man. Voice interactions. Hey, Spotify. Okay, yeah, that worked. Well, okay, that's working now. But the Spotify only works if you have the app open. Spotify Voices. Let me hear it. can't hear the Spotify voices? What? Voice terms and conditions, okay. Pardon me. Come on, man, just, yeah. We're gonna collect your data. Screenshot. Okay, and that's that, I guess. I'll screenshot for the fun of it. So I guess I agreed to the terms and conditions. There was no OK button. Anyway. Notifications are all turned on. Social. Let's see if they added Truth Social yet. Nope. I don't see anything about Spotify and Truth Social. Voice assistants and apps. Alexa, really? Okay. Set Spotify as default. Set Spotify as your default service. Yeah, but I don't have anything that uses Alexa, so I don't give a shit. Maps, fine. Connect. Just yes, man. Fucking connect it. Get on with it. For fuck's sake. Yeah, use it. Get the fuck out of here now. Piss off. Alright, so no high res, not yet. Damn, man. Kinda bummed. Good
afternoon, thank you for tuning in to Stalking, free Michigan's news channel. Happy Wednesday to all of you, day before Thanksgiving, and just letting you know that this will be the last live show of the week, but I will be out of Nutrition HQ on Friday for Black Friday between 12 and 2. If you want to come on out and say
Thanksgiving.
Of course, we got Jeremy used to
2021.
Nutrition HQ, he now owns the joint.
Woohoo!
He's there, Sean's still there.
I need a beer. You want a beer? Let's go get a beer.
Guys again, so that'll be this Friday, 12 to 2 at Nutrition HQ. Denver's mayor, a Democrat, has flown to a family Thanksgiving. So flew out, went to family Thanksgiving. Now, what is interesting about this is that the mayor told everybody to avoid travel if you can, and did not fly to go see family. The Denver mayor, Michael Hancock, Democrat, flying to Mississippi to spend Thanksgiving with his family in spite of advising residents against traveling for the holidays. So another do as I say, not as I do. Now, we did Shane Cuomo into at least publicly, who knows what he's going to do behind closed doors, not spending Thanksgiving with his mom and sister. Because again, he told everybody the same thing. No, you can't have family gatherings, you can't travel, and then he had his mom and sister was going to fly them in and for Thanksgiving, and everybody's like, no. So the Denver mayor, Michael Hancock, he did it right. He just didn't tell anybody that he was going to fly out. He just told all of you not to fly, and then he flew out. So, yeah, just one more thing.
What?
I saw a thing earlier today, and it was, I think, on Instapundit's page, where they said, I'm going to start treating this like a crisis. The people who tell me it's a crisis act like it's a crisis. How about that? Does that seem fair? And by the way, that applies to things like global warming and stuff, too. If we are in a climate crisis and all that stuff, well, then I guess you shouldn't be buying houses on the beach. Right? But you're not treating it like a crisis. You're not treating it like something that's only a couple of years away. Why should I? And if you are one of these political leaders running around telling everybody, hey, don't travel. If you travel, you're the reason that the virus spreads. Oh, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and fly in my family, and I'm going to fly to my family, and I'm going to do all of this stuff. But I'm telling all of you, you are not allowed to do. You're running into real dangerous territory with this type of behavior. People aren't going to take this crap for so long. You know, we're a polite society, so we don't have these issues. Social media, we're generally a polite society. And you are...
You see the flames?
Right now. A lot of you politicians are. You're really playing with fire. I did a premium stream here recently, but I released it to the general public. If you go to loyalist.us, and a couple that you should probably look at. One is War is Coming. I want you to listen to that. They give you some historical references of what we're seeing right now. And no, I don't go off the deep end and say civil war is going to break out or anything. I don't do that, but I tell you that war is coming.
Yeah, Ukraine.
And all the markers historically for that are there. I mean, a war is coming because Biden is likely going to be the president, and that means we're probably going to war in Syria. He's already planning that. He's also. I'll get to this in a little. I'll get to it in a little bit. I don't need to get sidetracked here. But these politicians who keep running around and telling you that you are not allowed to do stuff that they are allowed to do, and then when they give press conferences, they basically tell you, hey, I get these things because I'm important. Mayor of Chicago, Beetlejuice, Mayor of Chicago, she goes out and gets her hair cut after all of the hair salons were shut down. Why can't you get your hair cut professionally? I'm on TV. I'm important. I can cut her hair. I don't even cut hair. I can cut her hair. And it is that difficult. Then you have Nancy Pelosi. She's getting her hair done. Salons are closed. Nobody else can get their hair done. What does she do? She blames the salon. It was a setup. And of course you got Gavin Newsom, who now has to quarantine himself. And apparently the health officials and everybody who were at his party that got caught lying to everybody, apparently they're giggling and laughing about this behind closed doors, according to some reports. So there's somebody in the inner circle that hears all of this. They're mocking all of you for being upset that they got together for a big party and didn't socially distance, didn't wear masks, didn't do any of the things that they're requiring all of you to do for the family holidays. And they are mocking all of you for laughing at them. And what happened now, the governor, of course, has got to self-isolate. It would be, if you ask me, it would be hysterical if every public health official in the state of California who attended that party were to get COVID. Casey, that's me. I don't care. Okay, they're jeopardizing people's lives too, But another one that I did, and I just released it today, a podcast, why can't we listen to the experts that tell you that the politicians are wrong? How come we're not allowed to listen to them? And I did that yesterday, on yesterday's show. So go to learningtruth.us, look for the video about what's coming. While you're there, look at the Dominion voting systems video, since you guys keep asking me questions about it. And go to the podcast section and listen to the podcast about the experts who completely disagree with all of these politicians and local health officials. And I'm talking about world-renowned, prominent people in their field. And I don't say this to minimize the credentials or the intelligence of local health officials. It's just that they're world-renowned for a reason. And if you're a world-renowned expert who is looking at the way that, St. Joseph County or Elkhart or Indiana or Michigan are handling things, and you're looking at them and you're going, these people are being stupid, and you're a world-renowned expert, I think the average person out there should be able to listen to that expert who tells you the other so-called experts that you are commanded to listen to are all wrong. Especially when that person is of more esteem and more accomplished in their field than these other people are. If you are given information, you will make the right choice. If you're not given information, they will control what choice you make. You had a caller call up earlier and say, I liked what you had to say about the controlling of information the other day. What they're referring to is, I was talking about censorship, particularly on social media. In human history, the people that have censored the opposition are the bad guys. And conservatives are not censoring anybody. In human history, every example that I can think of where there is censorship or silencing of other voices, it comes from the tyrants. It comes from the bad guys. It comes from the people who are dictators and oppress populations, sometimes commit genocide. That's where it always comes from. It doesn't come from the freedom-loving individuals out there who appreciate and accept spirited debate. It doesn't come from them. It always comes from the tyrants. and it's usually wrong. Their position is usually wrong. And they get really sick and tired of you pointing that out. So when they start running out of ammunition, figuratively speaking, of course, when they start running out of ammunition on how to argue with you, they just shut you down. And they censor you. So they've been doing the global warming debate forever. They lose every debate they participate in.
Are you still at work, Jonathan?
They call for people.
Are you still at work, buddy? Question mark.
Going to prison. The data doesn't support their narrative. It just doesn't. Never has. But that's where we're at.
Whee!
So once again, you got more politicians. Do as I say, not as I do. Screw you, peasant. I'm going to fly to Mississippi from Denver, and I'm going to be with my family, even though I told you that you would be a horrible grandma killer if you did it yourself. Got more coming up. News on 95.3 Michiana's News Channel. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3 Michiana's News Channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. Going to play an audio clip for you here in just a couple of minutes. But first, I've got to tell you about Seabart of South Bend. We've got a Black Friday sale going on. We've got an opportunity for you to get free gift cards, window tint specials, ceramic Z-Gloss specials, WeatherTech floor liners, undercoating. Undercoating is going to be very affordable. It's always affordable, but I've never seen the prices low. And you need undercoating coming into this season. Doesn't matter what your vehicle is, you need that undercoating. And if you think you have factory undercoating, good news for you, it doesn't last forever. Remote cart start specials, exterior details, there's diamond gloss specials, and of course specials on rhino lighting. So don't forget the Seabart of South Bend Black Friday sale is going to be happening on Black Friday. They're open for the sale only, not for service, okay? So make sure that when you go out Seabart South Bend on Black Friday, that you just go there and you pick up the specials and that sort of thing. But they won't be doing any actual services that day. All right, what we got here? Okay, Joe, I'm going to set this up. Joe's going to get this audio clip ready. So there is a hearing that happened today. Okay, this happened in Pennsylvania. Remember earlier today we told you that a judge stopped the certification of the election in Pennsylvania today. So they have stopped it. They'll look at it at further hearings on Friday. But the state legislature in Pennsylvania had a hearing today on election irregularities, and there are many of them. So one of the witnesses who is testifying before the state legislature has some very interesting things to say. I just want you to listen to it, okay? I'm not saying that what they're saying is proof of fraud. I am telling you that there is irregularities that have never shown up in any election ever, and that would indicate that something is off. I just want you to listen to what they have to say. Roll it, Joe.
Smooth curve going up, not any space. Talking about the anomalies of voting and uploading those votes. So that big spike that occurs there is not in favor of fraud. That's 604,000 votes in 90 minutes, is that right? Correct. This is 337 votes, 337,000 votes in that period of time. Yes. When you look at this entire curve, all these spikes, can you calculate how much of a vote that accounted for Biden and how much for Trump? Close to 600,000. I think our figures were about 570. Spikes represented over time for Biden. Correct. How much for Trump? And I think it was a little over 32.
What?
Now, just to go back to your original.
Okay. So you've got a witness. He's testifying. Rudy Giuliani is there as well, but he's testifying before the Pennsylvania legislature. And remember, we talked about Benford's Law, I feel like a couple of weeks ago. Benford's Law is a way for you to analyze data and find statistical anomalies and irregularities which will indicate something's wrong. Now, whether that is somebody made an honest mistake, whether that is fraud, what have you, something is off. And Benford's law, I've seen some people online discount it and everything else because they don't really know what it is. Benford's law is used by the IRS to audit people. So when you plug in your data, if your data doesn't show a smooth mathematical track and it has these weird anomalous spikes and increases in data, like with the IRS, it would be increases in income. All of a sudden you have an increase in income that is like a windfall, which would indicate something is up. You know, you got some kind of a large chunk abnormally at that point in time. Could be legitimate, could not be legitimate, but it's something that gives the IRS an indication that they need to look at something because it's irregular, it's not normal. Well, the same thing happens in all statistics. So Benford's law is a tool that is used by the IRS, the federal government, and a whole bunch of other agencies and entities, including financial services, to indicate that there is something wrong. Something happened that isn't normal, and there might be a problem. And Benford's law shows that these huge spikes that we saw in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and other states don't follow any norms in elections or statistical analysis.
How many hours to complete the whole game?
They're all abnormal. And for those abnormalities,
if you're super good,
with the number that they're happening in, is just
48.
one of those weird things that people are looking at and saying nothing makes sense here. So what they were talking
if you're
about
super good, you can do it in 48 hours. It took me a month to get to menu book 39.
And then they stopped counting.
And I suck.
And when they
some really
counting,
good players got to menu book 39 after like 2 weeks.
Of these drops and dumps of ballots.
But the aliens got there within 2 days.
Dumps and ballots showed that about 570,000 votes went to Biden and 3,200 went to Trump. Now, some people out there will go, well, you know, it's Democrats are more likely to vote by mail, and you know, okay, but here's the problem with that. If the data in that race could extrapolate out to the other races in the state, other races down ballot, maybe you
that's
can
the only thing I'm going to use the clutch pedal for.
Election and weird things happening because of the pandemic and everything else. The problem is that only happened with that one race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats got schlocked. They got the snot kicked out of them by Republicans all throughout the state. There were Democrats who got voted out of office that they thought were going to be in office forever. One of them was considered a potential presidential candidate. Got voted out.
The car's a beast.
It showed up in record numbers in Pennsylvania and voted in record numbers for Republicans. But they didn't vote for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania? A state that Donald Trump had a 4-year presence in, building relationships in that state. A state that
I'm trying to see if I can see the ghost flames or not.
With their economic success, with his energy
My
policies.
ghost flames. I just use a lighter shade of yellow or something like that.
The most popular Republican incumbent in Republican Party history in the modern era, including Reagan. No, it just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, sir. I'm working on it.
Again, you're looking at this. Now, is there a way to prove
All right, so the ghost flames.
that all of these things are fraudulent?
You see it?
Maybe not.
I know where it's at.
They're proving the point that there is something wrong that needs to be looked at before certification can ever happen in the state. And so when you're talking to the legislature, now keep in mind, this
if we could use, our custom colors
today
to make stuff, that would be amazing.
Witness,
and it would be easy for, idiots like me to be able to keep track of our colors.
Of fraud. We found that there were these massive
I'm kind of colorblind, so I don't really see yellows and blues properly, but if I saw the code, like Y3 aluminum metallic, I can handle that.
Who believes that that is a reality?
This is a fluorescent matte, I think. I need to look.
Oh, I
But
got
I
you,
usually go
brother.
with I usually go with the
Good
yellows.
afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Once again, I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. I want to thank R&B Car Company, locations in South Bend and Warsaw. R&B Car Company.
I'm a Kyle Busch fan, so I go with the yellows.
At RB Car Company.
If there was a straight up cubby blue, I would use that.
The center of the Biden family scandal. This is the person who notified.
I think that kind of pulls off what I want to do.
Hunter Biden.
As far as like the ghost flames.
Nice, I like it. I like it.
On there. He has closed shop in Wilmington, Delaware, amid death threats.
What is up? What is up?
Okay. So now he's getting death threats. He's had to close his business. He's now in hiding.
Hello.
And I mean, who knows what's going to happen now? I mean, if Biden gets into the presidency, I mean, this guy's going to
Galeo?
be, he's going to be on the run. He's going to have to be on the run because they're going to come after him. Keep in mind that the Obama administration was very vindictive of everybody who opposed them. And they would use the
I wish I could see shit better and read the chats better.
To harass and
I would say use the same yellow, but just move the color over to the darker side and then work with the opacity.
And it's really funny on the Breakfast Club. Obama
I can't use the same color because the primary color of the car is a special color. And to do decals and shit like that, we can't use the special colors. Unless you guys know how.
He's someone I met today, brother. He's a cool streamer too.
Nobody.
Yeah.
It's this. I told you before. 2020
Oh, I got ya.
election. It was repeat the lie often and over and over again. I know it's redundant. Until it becomes the truth. That's what it was.
I don't see why we can't use the special colors for decals.
Campaign that I had ever seen in my entire
Now, that was a problem in GT Sport, and that problem still exists now.
100% based on falsehoods and demonstrable lies.
Do you see where the flames are at?
Social media never censored or offered clarification or put a little any one of the tweets or Facebook posts. Not a single one.
The flames go from right behind the front wheels, the front tires, to the back of the car.
1984. I mean it. I mean it.
It's kind of a signature thing that I do.
Right,
I usually I want to use yellow and blue typically.
And people thought it was just a tinfoil hat conspiracy, and yet here it is. Here it is, right in front of you.
Okay, cool.
We got more coming up. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
It doesn't jump out at you though. You gotta look a little bit, which is what I want to accomplish. I know it's not perfect.
A little bit more on the lighter side of things. All right, we're heading into Thanksgiving, right?
I still don't see the difference between the matte decals and the powder decals. I know there's going to be a difference, but I don't know what that difference is. I believe these decals are powder.
Who's going to take over for Alex Trebek? Right, that's the big question. Who's going to take over? Well, Ken Jennings has been named as the guest host. So he's obviously the guy's got a record with 74, in a winning streak of 74.
What fuel strategy are you using at Sardines?
Wins on Jeopardy. And a lot of people thought that he would be a good choice.
Yeah, you gotta be really paying attention to see it.
To win the spot.
Foamy powder is deeper and very little reflection.
A chance to host Jeopardy. And the announcement came out yesterday, I think it was, and just today, cancel culture has come for him. That's right.
Okay,
Jennings,
so powder is what I'm looking for then.
Because 6 years ago, he had a salty tweet about people in wheelchairs. Well, there's that. So apparently, what he had said, and he apologized for this years ago, by the way. He had said in a 2014 tweet, nothing sadder than a hot person in a wheelchair. And of course, everybody raged about all of that, and he apologized in 2018, and people have now demanded that he not be the host of Jeopardy as a result of this. Full disclosure, I don't watch the show.
What is your
I don't watch the show,
PSA?
I don't really care. But I did watch it quite a bit with my family growing up.
Wanna see more liveries?
And I can remember Alex Trebek saying an awful lot of things that would get him canceled if people weren't having a double standard for Alex Trebek being Alex Trebek. Just saying. I've heard it 1,000 times. Alex Trebek had a lot of savage insults. There's whole videos devoted to his
Same
insults.
name as
Yes,
here.
on that show.
I
And
used
some
6
of
till
them
my the last
are
lap of the
canceled
tank
on
crank hit the
across
1
line.
for the
There's no
last
doubt
lap
about
back
that.
to 6 till lap
But
1
again,
2ish,
it
then
was
come out
just
on
whatever
mediums
it
and
came up,
skipping the
he's
rest.
apologized for. He said
Dave
in
the
his head
Stalker.
he was trying to say something different, and it came out in a way that offended people. He apologized for it. He was asked to delete the tweet. He refused. He said, I don't believe in deleting tweets. It just whitewashes history. And so he left it up. He's deleted it now, which I'm sure that the
JP's in the
Jeopardy
PS
producers
group. I added
forgot
you
about
too.
and said, take it down. That we won't have to deal with this anymore. And so, yeah, there's that. There you go. Just trying to host a game show, man. Just trying to host a game show. Meanwhile, a bunch of Hollywood celebrities who have said far worse things than he has ever said are making their public pronouncements. I would love to take over Jeopardy. Yeah, I'm sure he would. Who wouldn't want that job? But again, you know, whatever you make of that tweet, listen, I'm a veteran. You know,
Yay, sorry. Emoji face with tears of joy.
Yeah, I'm on a
Okay,
2-lap strategy
right
right
now I am
now.
on 2 stock, which kills my time.
That he can't host a game show or possibly ever even have
I'm
a job
pitting
for the rest of his life because he had a tweet
after lap
6 years
7,
ago that some people found to be offensive, which he's
running it on 2
by the way,
until lap 7,
finally deleted. So
and then
there you go.
pit and then crank it up to 1,
He's announced as a guest
and I
host.
pit again
Shut
after
up.
lap 11.
And he's immediately canceled.
But that
Here's
extra
Bill
pit
Wright.
stop
Thanksgiving.
is costing a lot of
Good
time.
afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.
I'm trying to get a lap speed. The fastest I've gotten to is 140, and
This is our first full week.
I can't get below that. And 140 was actually on map 2.
We have a full week for everybody this week, so back to our normal schedule, at least until forced vacations end up happening.
Kaboom was going to what, lap 10?
Something that's happening for me. I want to thank R&B Car Company.
I can't make tires last that long.
R&B Car Company.
I drive way too aggressively.
Are experts. So a couple of things
I brake late and all that shit. I brake late and I get on the accelerator hard.
Yeah,
He knows
when I
how to
pay
stretch out.
attention, I
He knows how to
can
stretch
show
out
the last
tires
2
very
laps,
easily.
1-0.
Other than China, and there's more to this alleged story that U.S. Special Forces may have attacked a CIA server farm in Germany.
All right, let me
which,
see what I
for the
can.
record, is a story I
How
have not
far I
bought
can get these
into
tires in the
yet,
first
but
stint.
It's very interesting who we are hearing talk about it. So we'll get to all of that and much, much more. First on the docket, though, the former Vice President Joe Biden has suffered multiple fractures in his foot while playing with his dog. And
Remember
as
that?
always,
Oil
the
change.
media is enamored with everything Joseph Biden. Everything that he does, everybody he picks
Yep,
as candidate.
you're right.
Everybody is amazing. It's the best pick they've ever had. His dog is the most amazing first dog that they've ever seen, even though he hasn't won the election yet. It's all of this stuff. What I thought was so interesting about this, I mean, obviously Joe Biden's an old man, and he's frail, and he's fragile, and if he falls, he's going to break something. But they wouldn't let the reporters go into the
It does
hospital
affect performance a lot.
in order
LOL.
to observe and ask questions and stuff. It was really strange.
I know.
Usually
The question
situations
is,
like this, the
what
reporters kind of
mileage,
go in
though?
the room,
You know?
obviously, but they can't go
At
in
what
there.
mileage
And there was
should
just
you change
this,
it?
very strange sort of a black.
Now, we haven't done a true experiment yet, to find out at what point you should change it.
Ask any questions about it. It was all really strange. And at the
I think this race is about a 50-mile race.
hurt himself. The rumor was
Thereabout,
hurt
I think,
himself
something like
playing with
that.
his dog. Then the rumor was he sprained his ankle.
We dealt with it
Then
last night,
ended up being,
but I can't recall what the mileage was, because Boom only did 2 races on his car compared to mine.
Had a hairline fracture. They hurt too.
I've got a couple hundred miles on my car, because I had my car a whole day before he did.
Fractures to his foot.
Right, I figured it out by the race. Haha, usually in daily races it was like every 3 or 4 races.
Going to have to wear an orthopedic walking boot for the next several weeks.
Right.
To his doctor, initial x-rays did not show any obvious fracture, but his clinical exam warranted more detailed imaging.
Wow, every 3 to 4 races.
Confirmed hairline fractures of his lateral.
What kind of laps, though, were you turning?
Which are in the
Which daily?
So he cracked the middle.
B or C? Because C is usually the longer races, right?
This doesn't feel good. I just thought it was a little strange. It was very strange that they were hiding this from everybody. It just, I don't know, it was really odd. But, you know, look, medical privacy is medical privacy, and we know that, that Biden has been obviously hiding medical stuff from
yeah, want to see a mistake I made? Don't do this.
But see,
okay?
Joe Biden's team will not allow a poll of reporters to see Biden go in.
Don't do this right here. Fuck, where's my pointer at? Don't do this. Don't buy inters.
It's a little strange.
If you're gonna get inters, you gotta pay real close attention.
This happened
because I have accidentally put on inters, and it was not fun. As long as you do not purchase the inters, you don't have to worry about the wrong fucking tires, because they won't come up. But yeah, trying to do 3 laps on inters? No, not fun.
When his team wasn't allowing the reporters to even see him come or go, or all of his requests were denied, the reason that people are reading into that is because...
I don't know, Brigsby is the master when it comes to the negative decals. That's the first time I saw it, and I was really impressed. I want to know how to do... Okay, alright, let me grab a controller real quick and show you.
They lie about why they're actually going into the hospital. Now again, I am not making that allegation here. I'm not telling you.
Alright, well, I really... That was fucking amazing what you showed us yesterday. That's the first time I've seen the negative decals.
Just the word negative or cut out.
The story is because of the secrecy around it. And in the past,
okay, what I want to do...
That, you know,
negative inverted, I don't know. What else to search? Thank you, Dave. Okay, cut out.
Whatever for, you know, allegedly a minor little injury that nobody would ever be able to see and can easily be covered up, when in fact you're having a major medical episode. I'm not saying that happened again. Have to reiterate that. I'm simply explaining.
All right, so what I would look... Okay, so you can't change it while you're in it. You can change the setting, but you can't actually see it until you exit the damn thing. That's stupid.
At this point to believe
that's dumb.
He didn't fracture his foot, or that this is
wake up.
Yeah, they're fun to do.
Decals. Okay, so the GT logos, I want those to be yellow chrome. So that means I have to cover the entire car with some other color to get those flaming GTs to be yellow chrome, right? How do you do that?
Trump tweeted out, you know, get well soon and that sort of stuff. So, in case you were curious, if it's always weird if I leave out the response,
and that's my challenge,
or something of that nature. If I leave that out, then it becomes like a whole email thing.
And how do you plan on that though? Do you put some decal there on top of the bare spot, and then build everything around that?
But you have to find a negative of the logo to be able to do that.
Multiple hairline fracture in the middle of his foot is what the official story is. He's going to have to wear a boot, but he should be okay.
Okay.
State Representative Christy Stutzman is also speaking out about the COVID-19 restrictions in Indiana and her decision to step down. We have this story on 953mnc.com if you want to go check it out. So last week we told you that Christy Stutzman was stepping down. You know, her husband,
one thing I wish we could do,
they
the
bought,
planes
you know, the barns
over here on the side,
bought that whole thing.
the little bills. What the fuck are these? Are these they're not biplanes or diplanes?
You know, when it was going up for auction and all of that was a big story.
We can't paint these separately.
So everybody in the state knows.
They're not an other.
And, you know, buying the barns and all of that and turning it into a business. Yeah, that's a really big story, and it was something that everybody was really appreciative of. I think that I was even in the studio when Carl interviewed.
Basically, what I do is place the decals and slowly fill in the gaps, and then place more big square stickers around the entire thing like king.
You know, this is her business, a brand new business, and it's struggling because of the lockdowns and everything that's happening with COVID and all of that.
All right, you see all these? If we could paint those, that'd be great, but we can't paint those.
Look, I have to focus on the business. We bought this business, and I can't.
So the other is only the black part of the grill, basically.
While this is going on, I really have not thought that I would have had to make the decision until the last executive order came down. Stutzman said she was on Wish TV when she was saying this. That was all kind of the last straw. We could not survive financially if I didn't take on more responsibility.
All right.
And this is really a story that a lot of businesses, particularly small businesses in the state of Indiana and all over the country, are able to relate to. You know, we've had, unfortunately, not my company, but our company in Federated Media has had to let a lot of really good people go. We didn't want to.
COVID fucked a lot of shit up, man.
Open. How do you keep office staff around? They weren't the only ones to go.
Businesses that were open for decades had to shut down.
I know usually people try and match the color as close as possible.
Something that I know personally, many of the executives in our company
are
really upset about. Because a lot of those people are not just coworkers, but they're friends. And they're even friends with upper staff. And they're valuable assets to the company. But if you don't have a place for them and you can't afford to keep them, there isn't much you can do. And so what ends up happening with that company and the Stutzman's company and anybody else who's out there is, well, now you've got a reduced staff, which means all of the responsibilities that have.
All right, so I'm gonna go on. See? Oh, the fucking interns! It was a nightmare.
That all now has.
It was nice to not be able to, you didn't have to check. And now the interns are there. There's always a risk of accidentally getting them.
Her position was I had to leave the legislature. I had to leave the legislature.
Not all of the decals I'm using are negative decals like my Brixby Gaming decal isn't. I just matched the color as close as possible, lol.
And I know that there was a lot of people on my Facebook page when I posted this were really mad at her for doing this. One, because they support her and they want her to stick it out and they want her to fight with the governor about all of this, but she has an obligation to her family and to her business and her employees as well. And I can appreciate the decision that she had to make.
Haha, right, yes, I usually go to the garage and make sure they're on the right tires first, lol.
So I would just encourage a lot of you who have expressed some anger to stay and fight the governor.
Wow, it took that long for you to get what I actually said? It's a good 30 seconds between what I say and when you guys hear it.
Put yourself in her position and her.
YouTube really needs to fix that.
In that she's got obligations to make sure people that are relying on her. And I know.
Go to 6. Oh shit.
But she's got people who don't eat if she doesn't succeed.
Yeah, the delay
and she's got to take care of
is
those folks. And that includes her own family. So.
Alright, so now I can barely hear you because I got, sound turned up.
Business to maybe just keep that in your mind the next time you're trying to go off online. So I understand your frustration. I really do get it. It's just that I was a little surprised at some of the backlash that I saw.
I gotta loosen up a little bit.
With her having to make this decision. A lot of people felt that she was giving up or something of that nature. This is a brand new business, which, for the record, required some rehab right into it. And, it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of manpower, and they don't have the resources that they were planning on having because a giant pandemic and lockdown happened. And the governor hasn't made that easier on her at all. So, she said that we've had to do several rounds of layoffs. We are down to a skeleton crew. We are trying to make ends meet, and we've invested in that business.
Oh, shit.
Investment's got so great in order to keep
back brake
and Napanee running.
It's got to be the back brake.
Said that she had to resign. So again, and she did that because the last order by the governor, which appears to defy logic and it certainly defies science. If you look at I know that Indiana's not Sweden, but if you look at Sweden, so Sweden, they're now saying they don't have any evidence they're herd immune anymore. So everybody thought they were herd immune, they're now saying we're not herd immune. But the new surge that is happening in Sweden is much smaller than their neighbors. And less people are having
Alright, so go -4 on the brakes.
Than their neighbors are. So they're definitely.
But I'll show you in my stream tomorrow how to do negative decals. Just remind me when I'm with.
Shut down. They're outperforming almost every other state. states that shut down the most and have the strictest lockdowns tend to be the ones that are
Damn it, dude. I'm missing all kinds of fucking gears.
just throwing that out there. You got
I
more
can't
coming up.
fucking do that shit.
95.3 Michiana's
Gotta do all that quickly.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. Newstalk 95.3 Michiana's news channel. Don't forget we're streaming live on DLive.tv/Casey If you follow me on YouTube or on Facebook or on Parler, please follow me on DLive.
So Thanksgiving 2021, Casey was on D Live and now he's on Rumble.
Our live streaming now.
I'm missing
Los
shifts.
Angeles. Now I'm only talking about LA because this pertains to something.
I got a message Thrustmaster about my wheels. I'm missing shifts.
Only county in America this winter to ban outdoor dining. Now the order will last a minimum of 3 weeks. Will be financially devastating for
If you
many
exit and go
restaurants
to
because
your
lead to
settings, you
movie
can
diners
permanently
to
adjust the
congregate
brakes
at
there,
venues
then
that are
all you
less
got to
safe
worry
as
about is the
recent
fuel.
backup materials. Now, obviously, with everything that happened with Whitmer's latest orders, constitutionality set aside, with closing all these restaurants down, closing all the bars,
Shit.
things like that.
Oh, shit.
And yet it would be may not have the GT9.
And they were forced to close. They're running those commercials that
Wow.
will open up on the 8th. They have to, their staff isn't making money. They're not making money. This goes back.
But my name is the controller.
That is devastating. When we're talking about over 60% of hotels in Indiana will close their doors.
Yeah, gearing and everything is different because of the fuel usage.
We're talking about nationwide. They're talking upwards in the 70th percentile small businesses.
It's really amazing how just that little change can affect a lot in the game.
Devastating.
It's a good simulation.
What is happening? Meanwhile, now look, I'm a happy Amazon Prime customer, and like many of you, I have reservations.
Don't ride over here. They like to ride over there and then plow when you exit pit road.
Top notch, and I'm not
And having a boom the other night. He was exiting pit road and got plowed in the ass.
I know, but I have the same reservations on the basis that many of you have. But at the same time, these small businesses close down, and Amazon is
Alright, that's brake lockup.
gangbusters right now.
Right, I saw the stream
Absolutely
down.
A lot of delivery services are. Now, you have to adapt. You've got to adapt. You've got to figure out a way to adapt in this market, and if you don't, you'll die. I mean, that's just how it's going to be. It's always that way, and depending on how things change around, that's how it'll be in the future. But the reason I bring this up is that there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever. There's no data set that even exists that shows that outdoor dining has contributed to the spread of COVID. None. This goes back to what I've been telling you for months now. This is politicians doing busy work. They don't have any answers, and everything they've tried has failed. So what they have to do is just keep trying other things or redoing the things that already failed before. Pretend that it's because one or two people didn't comply. That's why it didn't work, and that's where we're at. So this shutting down restaurants. In fact, all restaurants, even indoor dining, there is no link to mass spread of COVID with indoor dining. Usually the case is that you get
got the brakes to the rear eyes, then forward to the front.
to the staff, but they don't generally involve.
Alright, let me read what you're saying.
So everybody is fairly good. It's usually in the back kitchen staff most of the time, not all the time. So you've got a lack of data that shows that shutting down restaurants is going to help with the spread of the virus at all. There is some information about bars, but as far as eating and things of that nature, there's just any data that shows that there's super spreader type scenarios, especially outdoors. And then you've got this Kentucky coffee shop owner.
So you're on a G29. I've got a T500 RS.
Because they didn't go along with COVID restrictions.
I think it got version 2. I ordered it right away, and version 1 came out and went, and then they're shipping the version 2, the Thrustmaster T500 RS.
By the state's Alcohol Beverage Control Agency on Wednesday after failing to comply with.
Yeah, Boom's music is at the top of his screen, and that was a former business partner of his. We have permission to use the music while you're driving if you want. If you're gonna do it though, you need to do it soon because the guy is supposed to be pulling the license away.
1984. Don't watch the movie. Read the book. 1984. You got more coming up. We'll start 95.3. She has this channel.
Oh wow, that is so awesome.
A lot of the music that I play, I try and play music that is owned by the artist, so if I ever get challenged and I'm able to defend myself, I will bring the artist into it, and they will tell YouTube that I can play the fucking music, so leave me alone. I'm paying for Spotify, which means I have a license to play Spotify, which means I should be able to play it during games too, because I have a license to play that music. I'm not a lawyer though. What the fuck do I know? Fucking lawyers suck. Any music that you play, you know, it's promoting the band. The band should appreciate that shit. And just think, Metallica started all that shit. Napster.
So we'll talk about all that and more coming up on the program. All right, let's take a look here. This is, I've got several of these stories, but it's just one of those things. Oh yeah, you know, it's yeah, the Biden cancer thing. Anyway, we have another major political cause turned out to be a scheme that just makes a couple of people rich. No big surprise there. Let's see, what is the, say Time's Up. Time's Up, the group intended to stand against sexual harassment in the workplace in the wake of the Me Too movement, spent a majority of its contributions of administrative wages and only a portion on legal costs to actually help victims in its first year. Now, the thing about, I don't know, people not know this, when you sign up and you do one of these types of organizations and you create one of them, did they not know that all of this stuff is public? It's, I feel like so many people are doing these things, they don't realize that there is
oh shit, got the grass. Damn it, fuck!
Way for you to see all of this. And, you know, you look at the Biden cancer charity, or Biden has said that he's going to...
Come on, really? You can't drive around me?
On 20 years now. They're going to cure cancer next year.
Asshole.
Okay.
Fuck off.
It still hasn't happened. And the research that I've highlighted, which are actual miracle cancer treatments, didn't have anything to do with any of his organizations or anything like that. But the cancer charity that Biden has, and this is to honor his son, right? So they have a cancer charity, which for the record is a good thing, right? If you're actually doing good work, then so be it. But Biden has a cancer charity to honor his son. They spent $3 million on staff salaries. Do you know how much they spent on research? So staff got paid $3 million. You know how much they spent on research? Zero.
Stay over there. Good job. Good boy.
According to tax filings. Now, again, when you start throwing this out there, and the average, you know, there's a good chunk of Biden voters now say that they would change
they're pitting already.
Some of the things that the media didn't tell you. But,
after lap 4, they're pitting. Damn it!
Another example.
Stay on the road. I looked up to see what lap it was because they were pitting, and I forgot that I'm driving.
A lot of this stuff is fake. Fake veterans organizations show up.
Damn it, get over. Little chunks of carbon fiber flying around.
This is the difference. Is a lot of these end up being really big ones. Really big. So, Morgan Tax filed Time's Up Foundation. And Time's Up now raised $3.67 million in 2018 in its first year. Okay. I can't raise like 10 grand. All right. $3.67 million in.
You see the tire mark in the grass?
LOL, it happens to me all the time.
Those women who have endured sexual offenses. And I'm willing to bet
I'm not fully concentrating right now.
Went to Joe
You know the beer.
Filing showed $312,000 was spent on the legal defense fund, while $1.4 million was spent on wages of rounding it. Okay, down actually, and more than $157,000 was spent on gatherings and luxury hotels, and a further $58,000 was spent on travel. All right, well, and again, they bring in Hollywood actors. So what do they get? They got Reese Witherspoon, Amy Schumer, Brie Larson, a bunch of
I
others.
can usually latch in by 1 minute and 30 some odd minutes LOL.
It's sounding to learn about a very real culture of predator behavior in Hollywood, which we're calling about for a long time. You know, they raise all of this money, but then they don't actually use the money at all to help women who need it. And I'm willing to bet there's plenty of women out there who could have used it. The chief marketing officer, Rachel Terrace, got paid $295,000 during the first year. So you got a $300,000 a year salary. The marketing officer. Well, to be honest, she did really good. The CEO got $342,308 for her payroll. What else do we have here? The treasurer
I said the wrong
got
LOL Papa.
$255,327. Well, okay. And that's just obviously a small chunk of their staff, but again, you know, these organizations pop up. A lot of people have asked me over the years, why do these groups, you know, keep popping up? And I told you before, they're money machines. That's what they are. They're money and publicity machines. That's what they do.
I can usually latch the AI by 1 minute and 30 some odd
They don't
seconds.
do a lot of actual good. You could Southern Poverty Law Center. It got to a point where actual bigotry was so rare that they had to start fabricating it and making it up. So what do? They market themselves.
Wow.
And they create
2.5 minutes?
a risk or a threat or something of that nature that doesn't really exist in order to get people to give them money. And when they promise
All right.
to quit,
As long as you don't make stupid mistakes,
they just
you know?
it offshore in
I hate it. It screws up your whole race. Oh, like that. Damn, really?
They're not interested in solving problems because
Just
if they
about
solve problems, they
LOL.
can't raise money off of it anymore. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing
Don't laugh.
making money. But if you're supposed to be a charitable,
I thought that was going to be a good, safe place to pause it and read the
why
chat.
is it that
Nope.
Oh, with mistakes I do as
Well, you know
much.
what? If I would have come out of the pause and just got on the brakes immediately, I would have been okay. But I thought I was early enough in the straight section to upshift to 6th. Nope. This car is fast. This car is really, really fast.
$342,000. The CEO made more money
I tried to pause on
than
the
they
straight
actually spend
LOL.
helping women.
I tried the GR
Users.
010 and I can't. The brakes are terrible in that car.
The Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's fast as everything, but the car just it drives horribly.
They went to pay staff salaries. $0 on research.
In the hands of a professional, okay, fine. They can make it work, but I don't have the skill or the patience to know how to drive something like that. Alright, so that was my fastest lap of 145, but that was a shitty lap too.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Once again, I am your host, Casey Henderson, broadcasting live at dlive.tv/Casey.
Rumble.com/Casey the host. I need to be a third, not second.
So you should go check us out. If you're watching, hit that follow button and download their free app while you're at it. Really good about getting your notifications. You know,
Got 7. Wow. Plenty of fuel.
Get notifications. That doesn't happen in DLive. You tend to get notifications.
I guess the idea is to match up the fuel with your tires.
Gun use, since guns are becoming an issue again, even though gun control.
I'm kind of sensitive to the tires going away.
Right now,
You know, other better drivers, they can,
so this is
like Josh, you know, Josh can go fuel 6 and not pit,
a lot of good data, and they are.
but he knows how to run shitty tires.
Is really solid.
I don't know how to drive with really bad tires.
So definitely check it
I
out.
don't have the skill to be able to adapt, not yet.
Where people legally carry concealed guns have stopped crime, okay? They've got a list of cases from mid-October to mid-November in 2019. This is not current. And this is pretty interesting to take a look at. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I used to do on my website, the NRA contacted me a few years back, and the NRA said, hey, would you post anymore, so I don't do a lot
Hello,
of them.
hello.
But I
Skipping
used
some
to
comments.
regular thing on my
Just
website.
about your LOL.
It
Oh,
would
with
be an
mistakes I do
example
it much.
of a gun
I
owner
tried to
using a
pass on
gun
the
to
straight
commit a crime.
LOL.
And
I started
Very
this grind
fine.
with the RCs and then switched to the Supra before y'all showed me using this car. Haha.
There's that damn
You
Viper.
just have to short the Supra early.
Use of a
More grip,
firearm
less
without
slide.
any shots being fired. And that is critical because a lot of the data only shows, a very small fraction of gun incidents in the country. And the research now for many
Wow, all that is finally
years
going
has
through.
conclusively shown you're far more likely to use a gun to
The
prevent a
RCZ?
crime than to
Okay.
actually commit a crime. It is a staggering difference, actually.
Well, I went from the Tomahawk, and that was a lot of fun running that car around this track, the Tomahawk. That actually helped me to learn this track a lot. I can't recall what my times are though. I can look back at my streams from 2 or 3 weeks ago.
The employee was a licensed gun owner. The suspect was taken to the hospital in critical but stable condition, and then they linked to the actual.
Yeah, Tomahawk. I was able to go, fuel map 1 and put hard tires on there, and that was it. I didn't have to pit whatsoever. So I went from the Tomahawk to the Lexus, the RCF.
Oh man, Tomahawk, I don't even have the car still, LOL.
Again, the idea was just to let you know these stories are out there. They're covered locally, and they're just not covered on national media. People don't watch local media, they watch national media. They miss all of the nuance.
I guess the Red Bull Junior, you can set that car up to run here.
States, especially at the local level. But there are some things that
I don't know how fun it would be though, or how drivable the car is.
It does tend to be crime. Not always, but sometimes. It's not everywhere is like South Bend where they all of a sudden magically pretend that crime hasn't been happening simply because the mayor is going to be running for president. And then they retract everything they've ever published about high crimes in the area, like our local media did. People a judge was getting ready to announce that he was running for president, which actually happened for those of you who don't remember that. So it's good to see this type of thing because you get this data, you get the actual stories from their local
Wow, lap 8.
You see exactly what happened, and it tells everybody that the narrative that people don't use guns for good is complete garbage. And the sheer
I was
amount of
trying to
times
set up the
that a
SF car, but it
licensed
won't let me
concealed
cause of the
carry
boost or nitrous button thing, even though I don't
prevents
have
mass
nitrous
killings
installed.
is staggering in the United States. It happens a lot. You just don't ever hear about it. You never hear about it. But it does happen with breaking.
Shit.
FBI is
Losing tires a little bit.
We've highlighted those studies
Just a little bit.
where they have point blank. They have said the best, most effective deterrence and or method of stopping an attack is for an armed citizen to be on scene because they will always be there before law enforcement gets there. And it's one of those things that just gets completely left out of the media narrative.
Oh, because it's a forced nitrous. You couldn't use it at all, right?
dlive.tv/Casey, the host. Make sure you hit that
Huh.
button.
That's
Yes,
kind of
just try to
crazy.
shift as soon as you see the red LOL.
So the car that you were having the nitrous issue with, what car was that? The Red Bull Junior?
Channel.
Yeah,
I am your
yeah.
host, Casey Hendrickson. Do you want to thank R&B Car Company? Again, rbcarcompany.com is the website. You can also find them online. Well, I already said that. I just
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
You gotta neuter that car a lot.
All right, rbcarcompany.com. Go there.
I suppose you had to neuter that car so much it wasn't even fun to drive, right?
There's been a lot of election victories for the Trump campaign.
I posted a video earlier. The Escudo was supposed to be coming.
Georgia officials were erasing data on those Dominion voting machines.
Okay, let's go.
This is with the Sidney Powell lawsuit, and it is kind of
I don't
funny
know,
watching some
haha.
of the people go through the lawsuit and say, "Oh, this is a hot mess." Not really. There's a lot of really good points there. Federal judges barred Georgia officials from clearing or tampering the results of voting machines in 3 counties as a result of the lawsuit.
Yeah, I saw that. I can't wait for the
I have to make this
Escudo.
crystal clear. I just want to bring it up one more time. I've already done it in the past. The last last time that
Damn.
people thought Sidney Powell
Brake
was
lock up.
crazy with a conspiracy theory, she proved that General Flynn was an innocent man and that they conspired against him and fabricated a fake case against him. So I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt for the big international performance. Her Georgia lawsuit is very good. It's sound. I don't know if she's going to win the case, but it's sound. And that has to at least be looked at. Yes, she has alleged a broader international conspiracy here, but she's not the only one. I don't know, how accurate or true a lot of those statements are because she hasn't released details on that yet. There's some speculation, but nobody really knows what she has. But we do know what she has in domestic cases in the United States. And in Georgia, she filed her case in Georgia. Now the judge has,
That killed my lap.
you can't erase the data.
Fuck.
There was a Pennsylvania case which the Trump administration won where the judge
That
said
killed my lap.
there is enough evidence
Oh my gosh.
to
Wow.
presume that there was an
Wake up.
unconstitutional
I am an
election
android
process
taking
that
the
took place.
leader, haha, just
Another
playing
judge
with
then
the chat
overturned
words,
that too.
lol.
So now they go on to the Supreme Court with that one too. So it's, there's some wins, there's some messes. But the Pennsylvania Supreme Court apparently is nuts. I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, they're apparently crazy. And if you are rooting for Joe Biden, all right, that's fine.
I need tires.
Victories, but that doesn't
I need tires.
without a doubt, unconstitutionally in the state of Pennsylvania. And as a result, the state of Pennsylvania needs to rule on a constitutional basis. The state Supreme Court has not. It's really that simple. Back to Georgia now. U.S. District Judge Timothy Baton Sr. issued a 4-page order late Sunday blocking officials in Cherokee, Cobb, and Gwinnett counties from resetting Dominion elections with system voting machines. And again, this is to evaluate whether or not votes were switched.
So you probably just comment on the crash.
What have you. And for the record, there has been a lot of examples of that happening with Dominion machines for years.
Then short shit should
Just
give
this
me more
election
drip.
cycle, but for a long time. So keep that in mind. None of this stuff,
I want tires.
that has been mentioned in this election about Dominion is new or unique to this election. And a lot of it is all stuff that had been alleged by Democrats as recently as this year.
Right there.
Just friendly reminders. I know that people forget about that stuff. But it is out there. Like I said, I told you before, I'm not going to bore you with a lot of these. I'm not going to go into great and ultra detail on a lot of this election stuff. I know that other people are doing that. And I'm just going to give you some updates, some rundowns on it. If there's questions, especially on Fridays, we do open lines, we'll dive into it.
Actually, he's talking about the election of 2020.
A huge breakdown. If you really want, I'm happy to do that. My main
Fuck off,
reason
dude.
for that, I'm not doing it here, is that everybody else is kind of doing it. And
Oh, cold
a lot of the
tires.
analysis that I hear,
Full
frankly,
fuel.
is good. So I can come on here and I can say
Third?
a lot of the
Damn
same
it.
things. That's fine. I can do that, but I know that you guys have been beaten over the head for 11 months with COVID election. I was
Oh yeah,
sitting
I
back
turned
the
up
other
my
day,
downforce front and rear all the way, it's just the way I do it, lol.
segments on the show. And there is one unmistakable difference between the show this year and how I've always done my show. And that is humor.
Put
We
fuel
have
back on
not
6?
This past year, I
No.
think with good reason.
I had fuel on 6 for most of that run until like lap 9 or whatever it was when I dropped it down to 4.
So we're having
Because I wanted tires.
The problem is that when you're in a pandemic and you are dealing with one of the most corrupt media entities that I have ever seen in the free world, it becomes impossible.
Now I should have enough fuel to go balls out.
It became very difficult to do that.
I said that earlier we got bad weather when Texas saw it.
Pandemic, and the media is lying to you about the pandemic. And we'll get into yet another study by today. The media is constantly lying to you about this pandemic. They're using it, they're exploiting it, I should say, for political gain. what's happening just with the normal behavior of media towards Trump in general, and any intrusive orders, how they have been lying,
wow.
they've been wrong.
Yeah, I was not shifting.
Most of it. And then you get into the election, just everything is, it's not funny, a lot of it. Now, some things you can still have fun with, right? You can still have fun with the fact that Joe Biden can't complete the sentence. You can still have fun with that. But at the same time, it becomes very difficult to laugh when the stakes are so high. The media is telling you, we're letting Joe Biden lie to you about Donald Trump.
But your short just trying to shift the thread around the MPH page.
And it becomes hard to laugh sometimes when Twitter and Facebook are censoring posts that are clearly true and accurate. And we'll get to a story about that. Candace Owens is winning her case against fact checkers on social media. We'll get into that here later on the show too. But it becomes very difficult when you're censoring 270 times one campaign, but not a single time with the other campaign. When that campaign did post things that traditional media, not right-wing media, but traditional media, has already ruled to have been false.
Oh, shit. I was too busy looking at him.
Articles were just written about him last week.
Of course, he didn't screw up.
Lying about the case.
Wow.
They're still telling me he lied about sanctions. He was never asked about sanctions. That didn't happen. He never lied about it. We have the Inspector General's report. We've got all this now to prove that Michael Flynn did not do anything wrong.
Dick, come on, dude.
And there's still people out there who think that he needs to be thrown in prison, that he betrayed the country somehow, some way. And we have all of the physical evidence that shows that Michael Flynn's an innocent man who was set up by a corrupt cabal in the FBI. Much to the chagrin of the original agents, mind you. It becomes very difficult to laugh about that stuff. We're talking about people's lives.
So after the race, go to your garage and look at the torque and shift at those RPMs.
I'm trying to mix that in there. And one good thing, I guess, that's come out of this is Coffee with Casey, right? So we have the Coffee with Casey thing that runs on the show. That's the lighter side of the news. Funnier stories, but, you know, it runs in the morning. And many of you don't hear it.
I love the lighting change. The sun is obscured by clouds right now, so it's a little bit cloudy. It's gorgeous.
So you get, but, you know, yeah, it's nice to have that, but that doesn't really play out. And so I'm going to try and do a lot more humor next year and get back to the normal formatics of everything. And I realize we've gotten away from that. I know it's heavy and it's tough.
I check the specs after I run it.
It's a long roundabout way of me telling you that I'm not beating
Oops,
you
meant
over the
look at
head
the
with
revs
this
next to
election
horsepower and
stuff every
shift at
single
those
day.
RPMs.
Because everybody else is doing it too. And I know that you're getting this 24/7. You're getting conspiracy theories from both sides. You're getting inaccurate information from your traditional media. You're going to your new media and you're trying to siphon through all of that, pick up what's accurate, the latest that you can get, while simultaneously being censored and assaulted for doing it. So I get it. That's one of the reasons that I've kind of backed off of the election coverage. But I'm not going to back off of the COVID stuff.
Come on, man.
Because we've been covering COVID since before anybody else was covering it, and I think I've probably done the best job of covering it of anybody I know in media. And so I'm going to continue to do that. If you will, it has become my shtick of the year. And I'll let other people handle the election stuff, but I will give you those updates. And there are many. I put in the show review, I put in 30 allegations that are in the Powell case in Georgia. This is just in Georgia. You can go through it. So what I'm going to do is I'll give you updates. I'll make them somewhat quick. If there's anything that really needs some attention, focus on that. On Fridays, if you have any specific questions about one of these cases,
it eats fuel, that's for sure.
Into it for you on Fridays.
If you wind it out.
Otherwise, look for daily show prep stuff. I'll always let you know what's in there. Or you'll have things like the 30 allegations that are in the Georgia lawsuit. So
Know why I don't use the brake indicators? Cause it makes me brake at the wrong homes. LOL in this car I can usually brake close to the fix.
Kind of keep up on it that way. I'll include the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling and everything else. But I have to address this bizarre theory, and right now it's just a theory. I haven't talked about it on the show yet. This bizarre theory that U.S. Special Forces attacked a solar farm in Germany, and that's related to this. And it's, you know, a former lieutenant general. And if a former lieutenant general was talking about this, I guess, you know, it's not just a congressman. You have to kind of look at it and see what may or may not have happened. So I'm going to tell you what the allegation is. I'll go over the latest updates on this and just understand, take it with a grain of salt. I have no idea if this is true. And I don't think that anybody else has any evidence of it being true or not either. But we'll get into it just in case something comes from it either way. We'll talk about that next on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
If you can be light on the gas, you can take the hairpin in second.
Powerful thing the first time you're in the Congressman. And I think he tweeted out something like U.S. Special Forces had attacked or seized a server farm in Germany. Now, right out of the gate, that seems really questionable. Okay? Just from a military perspective, seems highly unlikely. Just want to make that crystal clear. So I did talk about this story. I didn't give it any credence. I've been watching it just in case something develops from it. I just want you to know that I'm not 100% buying into this notion that there was some kind of raid by American forces on company servers in Germany. Okay? I just want to make that crystal clear. What is giving me a change of heart here is general.
Okay, the hairpin, I'm taking that in third
He's saying that he
because I learned that from the manual race at the short course here.
Now,
It was always keeping momentum up in third.
Buy this.
Going down to second was killing the momentum of the car. So it's taking it in third. I was able to get on the throttle a whole lot faster and keep the momentum up. Now, I don't know if it's making a difference here or if it's harming it here, but I'm thinking about that same thing, just keeping the momentum up.
It was Flynn's first interview since his pardon. In stunning testimony, McInerney stated that his sources had told him that U.S. Army Special Forces, possibly the famed Delta Force, raided a CIA-run server farm in Frankfurt, Germany.
Okay.
5 soldiers were killed in the ensuing
That makes sense, but I think it slows me down.
CIA personnel were allegedly flown in from Afghanistan for security and information. Now, those reports don't exist.
Okay.
So,
See, I'm not looking at the speedo at all, to actually see what the differences are in speed, and even my overall time is down. I got down to the 26s, and that was with a double stop, but I still made a bunch of mistakes.
Subsequent review of the secured servers yielded proof that China, Iran, and Russia were involved in an attempted coup against the president, who will be shown to have won an overwhelming victory for the American people, according to Lieutenant General McInerney. He's retired. So look,
Nice.
do I know? I don't know. But this goes into the whole, what is the Kraken? When Sidney Powell talks about the Kraken, what is the Kraken? Well, apparently, according to General McInerney, the Kraken is a reference to the 350th
My
military
fastest lap so far is a 140.
He stated that he believes President Trump knew this deal was coming.
Yeah, I've gotten to 140 also. I can't get below 140. And on top of that, I did the 140 on lap 3 with fuel at 2. It wasn't even at 1, with light fuel. And it wasn't hard to do either. I was dealing with traffic. And the traffic probably gave me a draft. Okay, so what are you wanting to look at?
Acknowledge that this theory is out there without any evidence that it exists, just because of who is saying it. Just want to make that crystal clear. Special
All right, so maximum power is 603. And torque is at 495.
Secretary also added the raid did not go without incident, stating that U.S. soldiers faced casualties during the operation. My initial report is
Okay, so shoot that 8000 RPMs.
that was a CIA operation, so that's the very worrisome thing. So what he is alleging here is that the
That's
Central
for height.
Intelligence Agency,
Right, that's if you're going to wind it out.
server farm in Frankfurt, Germany, which they, for the record, I very well have. That this is
If you're trying to conserve fuel, you can't wind it out. You know, some cars, they'd like to be short shift, and other cars like this one, it likes to go to 8 grand.
Lower torque is at 6k RPMs.
So this is a deviation from the original
Okay,
story that was put out.
so I need to be exiting turn 1.
CIA called in extra security from Afghanistan, so they brought in CIA
At 6 grand?
shooters, the paramilitaries. They brought them in from Afghanistan.
So I need to be exiting turn 1 around 6 grand
U.S. Special
to be in that torque curve.
So I would say
Right.
somewhere around 6, 5, and 7.
then attacked
Okay.
the CIA server farm to secure the servers.
So I wonder if staying in third is dropping the RPMs way too low to get it back up in the power band, right?
Now again, we have exactly zero evidence at all that this happened,
Hey, Pepper.
but we have a lot of high-profile people that are saying it happened. So
All right, let me go and see what I can
can't
do.
just pretend anymore that this is just some nutso thing that was out there on the internet.
Pepper, stop.
Whether it's a part of a message form,
You wanna go upstairs?
4chan, or what have you. I can't pretend that anymore because you got a member of Congress and you've got a retired lieutenant general.
You want to go
Who are now
upstairs,
saying
Pepper?
that this happened.
Pepper.
Dropping the RPMs will help conceive tires.
You want to understand. I
True.
don't think it did.
Absolutely
At
true.
least if something like this did happen,
Absolutely.
it certainly go down this way. But if it did, that would be a dramatic.
If you're exiting a turn with
down.
in a low
I
gear,
just want you to understand that there
you're going to be spinning that
I
inside.
spelled it wrong.
really buy into it. The story's changed. You know my theory,
It's okay.
my position on stories that change regularly.
You can conceive tires? I don't know, man. How many women have you ever seen get pregnant with a tire? Not me. I've never seen a woman get pregnant with a toaster. Never. They're always babies.
Laughing.
Michiana's news channel.
Not my woman, haha.
Conceive tires.
Tuning in, News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. So what in the world is happening with Johns Hopkins? We'll talk about that here in just a second. But
Okay.
first, I'm going to talk about allnaturalcbd.org. This is where you go. Keep getting the questions now. People are looking for stocking stuffers already. Get those. Where's that? Where do I get that CBD stuff from again? All natural CBD.
That lotion he's talking about is great.
Natural CBD.
CBD lotion?
.org. Use my promo code KC10 to save yourself 10%.
Anyways, I really gotta go to bed,
Free shipping
lol.
on orders over 25 bucks. They have 3 packs that are available. This is full spectrum CBD. You don't want isolate. You want full spectrum always.
Hey, Pepper.
Get full
Oh,
spectrum
I know all
CBD
about the
lotion,
CBD, haha.
cream, not
Come here, Pepper.
oil. This
Come here.
is lotion.
Come here, Pepper.
It will soothe and
Come here.
moisturize your skin. True
Trying to get my
last
big
week,
fluffy cat to come over
Thursday
here
night,
in frame.
Thursday night, I
There
woke
she
up with that
is,
same
almost.
neck
Come here,
pain
Pepper.
I always
Come
get
here.
on the right side of my neck. It goes
Come
from the base
Come
of my
here.
skull
There
all the
you
way
go.
down to the tip
Hi,
of my
Pepper.
shoulder. It
Hey, Pepper.
feels like somebody
Her and her
has
brother
really
Ziggy are
kind of
part Maine Coon.
secreted something
Come
in
here,
that muscle
Pepper.
there,
Come
my trap,
Come here.
and it's just grinding
here.
it back and forth.
Hey, pretty
all
girl.
the way up and down my
Come
neck.
here.
It
Come
hurts
here.
so
Come
bad.
over
I
here.
can never go back to sleep with this thing.
Hey, Pepper. Yeah, of
And
course.
you can't rub it out. You try to massage it.
She doesn't like the camera on my feet because the camera's not showing her.
Lay back down.
I have a keyboard tray that's up here next to my left arm that she likes to lay there.
My bedside table, right on my bedside table, is my trusty 1,000 milligram unscented.
Anyways, bro, I gotta go and pass out my file, show you how to do negative deliveries in Linux stream, just remind me. Ah, kitty, lol.
It's under 3 minutes, but it was less than 30 seconds on Thursday night when I used it, and that pain was gone. I went right back to sleep, slept another several hours. This stuff is phenomenal, and it is a lotion.
What time are you coming on?
I don't know what else. Soothe, moisturize your skin, and it will just completely disappear. Phenomenal stuff. The best.
You're in Texas, right?
Higher quality CBD. You get a larger bottle of the CBD, and it costs a fraction of the cost. Go to naturalcbd.org, promo code KC10. All right, Johns Hopkins University. What is the
It's usually around noon sometime, yet I'm in Texas. You're right in Texas, right?
Let's take a look, shall we? Conventional wisdom is that COVID-19 has caused thousands of deaths in the United States, nearly 1.5 million worldwide. This perception has been directly challenged by a study published by Johns Hopkins University on November 22nd. The assistant program director of the Applied
Pepper, stop. Come on.
Program,
What?
Genevieve
Move.
Briand,
Move. Pepper, move. Move.
critically analyzed the impact
No, you're not going to get in my
COVID-19
lap.
had on U.S. deaths. According to
You're not going to get in my lap.
the impact of COVID-19 on deaths in the United States can be fully understood by comparing it to the number of total
Yeah,
deaths.
she's a 16-pound plus cat and wants to sit in my lap right now.
In contrast to most
And she
people's
kind of pushes her weight around.
deaths,
She's a bit of a bully.
COVID-19
So okay,
is
brother,
not
good luck, see you
alarming.
tomorrow.
In fact,
Emoji waving hand.
it has relatively no effect
All right, brother, see you
on
tomorrow
deaths
sometime.
in the United States.
I'll be around.
Huh.
I'm home.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Pepper, stop.
Now, for a while now, we have known that there is
I need a beer.
Oh ha ha ha, bully cat, lol.
compared to your standard
She's huge.
deaths in the United States. It's
She's
not
part
lining
Maine
up with
Coon.
there being a pandemic. Now, a lot of people have written that off as we're not out there
Why?
driving as much, we're not doing all the normal things. And so we've seen an excess in certain deaths, suicides, drug abuse. We've seen an excess in those, but overall deaths have kind of come down. And in fact, we're having a net less deaths right now in 2020 compared to previous years. So, and by the way, none of that is meant to minimize people who die from COVID. I'm just giving you data, all right? Data doesn't care about feelings or emotions or any of that stuff. So Johns Hopkins University publishes this thing, and they basically point out that COVID-19 is having absolutely no effect on the total death rate in the United States. So we have basically locked down in many places. We have ceased doing normal activity and traveling, and the deaths that normally happen with travel end up being replaced with COVID. So the death rate is essentially the same. Now, what's weird about this, though, what's so very strange about this is that the study was taken down. How many times over the past several months have I come on here and told you about a new study that has just come out that was forced to be retracted or taken down without new evidence? It's just taken down. Or what about the largest study done on masks and COVID? Went to 3 different medical journals, and they wouldn't even publish it because, according to the authors, the results were controversial. They finally got published in a very prestigious science journal and medical journal. And what does it say? It says your mask doesn't do much for you. It may actually increase the spread of the virus. Okay? And people are demanding that that be retracted. I've given you some of the top infectious disease experts in the United States at the university level, and they have published a paper months and months ago, near the beginning of the pandemic, and they routinely update it, showing that there isn't any evidence that masks are doing anything. Now, these are 2 of the most preeminent people on infectious disease in the U.S. They're professors. They teach other people about infectious disease, and they're telling you, we don't have any data that says your mask is doing diddly squat. None. And they have been ordered and demanded and threatened to retract their study over and over and over again. And they actually wrote an editorial in the article about why they're refusing
I'm
to
not
do
going to
it.
bed, Pepper.
Other places have retracted their information. Not because their data was proven wrong or there was a problem with their methodology or
bed.
anything like that. Because usually when that happens, what you do is you publish a retraction on why you retracted your data. But that isn't happening. They're just taking these things down. Kind of like China did when they had their initial university publishings of what the Wuhan virus was, which is what it was referred to globally at the time.
I'm not going to bed.
And then China forced all of those universities to take down that information because foreign governments were looking at it.
I'm not going to bed, Pepper.
This is bizarrely the same thing. So Johns Hopkins now takes
I'm not
this
going to bed, dude.
All this is
Stop.
Even
I'm not going to bed.
Per se.
You go to bed. I'm not going to bed.
It's more of a data analytics stuff.
Stop.
It's not a scientific experiment.
Pepper, quit.
So they're just looking at the actual data. And then they're just collating it and telling you what the data shows. It's really bizarre that this got taken down with no explanation of a major counting error or anything of that nature, which is really just, again, strange. But that's kind of where we're at. So what is going on here? So let's hop over to another source here. This is Jim Hoft. Well, Joe Hoft, his brother, excuse me. Johns Hopkins University newsletter throws work of director under the bus while claiming real science from the WHO and CDC is more accurate than the facts. Now, Joe Hoft is a partisan, but there isn't any data that disproves what they were saying. In fact, it's something that everybody has noticed from the very beginning. It's been a source of contention for a few months.
Okay, so you have not uploaded to Spotify
in
over weeks. Alright. So we're going to try this again, see what we can do. See the RPM numbers. Fuck. Oh shit. Look at the gauges trying to see the RPM numbers. It's easy to see across the top. Alright, this is today's show.
Hello America, honest and not neglected. The government getting more power from every person infected. Now from the birds, but by the news and the politicians elected. Yet the establishment getting fed up and the rated rich to reject it. Their policies, see the allergies designed to keep us
ain't doing that. Fuck that shit.
Where they came from and the program they provided. The rate of crime, drugs, education, and the wage gaps all lying. Coming to pure things all repping men like President Biden. I take advantage of Americans left stranded out so on land lost in the house of control and so man, civic rights to the innocent. You better have many pretty babies all butchered up like Dennis. No nonchalant foul attitude is evidence that you cheated. Put thumbs down and thumbs up and I come and all get deleted. The bitch rings everywhere you go, making sure you're properly treated.
missing ships also. Get out of here. Can't see my RPMs. Wow, what the fuck just happened?
Message details often change, such as the dollar amount being given or the name of the agent in charge of dispersing the funds. In many cases, the scammer will request banking information or a fee to send the money. If personal information is given, it may lead to lost funds or hacked accounts. Any fees paid will most likely never be recovered. Again, the BBB says it's a scam, so don't fall for it. Josh Williams, MNC News.
Find these stories and more online at 953mnc.com.
What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Jack Caldwell. Guy he's like 90 years old. He's an idiot. But he still gets to teach at Notre Dame. He still gets to write stupid little articles in little newspapers, even though he doesn't know what he's talking about. Nobody bothers vetting him or anything. So we'll address that in a little bit. And word of the day is howitzer.
Got back on it.
Jack Caldwell's an idiot. So we'll get the howitzer here in a little bit. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, share it, all of that stuff. We got about a minute. Yeah, I put Nancy Pelosi and her little weird knuckle thing up there. I put that up there because they're trying to cover your guns, mate. Alrighty. Kick it over, folks. We're back here in a bit.
Actually afford an RV or not? You see these big things rolling down the road, and oh my gosh, I could never have one of those.
Feel the front end lifting a little bit.
Just sitting around a campfire with your wife in the evening, or with your kids, or taking that stroll on the beach, or having that private weekend that it really didn't cost you hardly any money, but you had a great time. Most people will spend quite a bit of time trying to figure out what they're wanting to do with an RV, where they're wanting to go, how they're going to use it. And we try to make everything. I don't like high pressure. I don't like having my arms twisted. I don't like all of the extra costs at the end. We go at price. That's what it is. We don't play all the typical used car salesman games. Like I said, we do it right. In fact, it's 2 miles north of the bypass on Highway 19 in Elk. We're at International RV
down to 49. Dude, step the fuck off.
31 miles southwest of La Havre. Another bulletin also from Berlin Radio and unconfirmed said the British
45.
operations
Second
against the
gear.
western coast of Europe from the sea and from the air are stretching over the entire area between Cherbourg and La Havre, a distance of about 60 miles. I repeat, there is no confirmation. And here's another bulletin just in. ANB, the German agency, said this is unconfirmed. The most important aerodromes in the area of the Normandy Peninsula of France have been wiped out. Now, I presume that means wiped out by the Allies. As you may have heard on earlier broadcasts, all three German news agencies have begun broadcasting these stories that the invasion is here. But there is no live confirmation as yet. The first report came out shortly after midnight, and since then we've been flooded with reports from Berlin. Paris radio, strangely enough, has not confirmed any of these
Same
reports.
speed.
And now we have just been informed that we can expect in a very few seconds, a very important broadcast from the British capital. And so now we take you to London. The next communique number 1 will be released to the press and radio of the United Nations in 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds from now. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The communique will be repeated. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies.
See the tire marks in the grass, the mud.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is New York, NBC Newsroom again. Men and women of the United States, this is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe, the 0 hour of the Second
40.
Front. The men of General Dwight Eisenhower are leaving their landing barges, fighting their way up the beaches into the fortress of Nazi Europe. They are moving in from the sea to attack the enemy under a mammoth cloud of fighter planes, under a ceiling of screaming shells from Allied warships. The first news flashes do not say that a large proportion of this assault is believed to be in the hands of American men. They are making the attack side by side with the British Tommies who were bombed and blasted out of Europe at Dunkirk. Now, at this hour, they are bombing and blasting their way back again. This is the European front, once again being established in fire and blood, not only by the Americans and British, but by many allies in the fight against Axis aggression.
So that was the live radio broadcast from NBC News the day as it was happening that Operation Overlord got underway. And one of the things that I love doing is I love playing this fun. I mean this industry. Playing the breaking audio of things like Nats and Pearl Harbor and others that we have played on this show and continue to play every year on those anniversaries. I do that for various reasons. One, it takes you back to where it was. I got people commenting on that right now on the live stream. But you also get to hear how things were kind of handled back it's so much information that they actually have the internet, they have those cameras, they don't have any of that. And to be able to get those bulletins that were coming through and to try and put together something and patch through with other countries was a heck of a feat. I mean, it really was not an easy thing to do. It's not easy now, but it was way more difficult back then.
So but 110 at that apex.
As it happened, as opposed to just, you know, maybe hearing somebody talk about it, I always think is more impactful, more powerful. It's one of the reasons that I do it. But also, it just, you know, it's a new perspective that many of you who are alive today didn't have. Because you weren't alive then. Or if you were alive, you're too young to really know what was going on. And so being able to hear it as it happened, I think, is always very important. And it's why I do it for 9/11. That's why I do it for Pearl Harbor. It's why I do it for this. It's why I have a dream every single year on those anniversaries. And I don't know anybody else who does it. I assume that there's one or two people out there who may do some of it, but I don't know anybody else who actually does it. So, as we usually do, we will pepper these things throughout the entire show. I've got several bits, including Eisenhower's speech, I've got FDR's prayer, I've got all of that we usually play on the show every single year. So all of that is again coming forth. But this is 78 years ago. 78 years ago, they stormed the beaches of Normandy. You heard on NBC News there. And by the way, for those of you who complain about the signal in Goshen, maybe give us a break. You heard the signal issues that we're having back then. Maybe give us a break about like a couple of specs in Goshen, okay? Goshen's kind of a lost cause. We still love you there. But, you know, you might as well be little San Francisco, let's be perfectly honest. So, 78 years, and you heard in there that NBC had no information. All they knew was that we were attacking. He said there are reports, but we can't confirm it, that the U.S. is basically leading this thing. We know the British are there, and that's it. That's all they knew. They had no idea what was actually happening.
So 115 at that apex.
Data is, you know, and just having people just sitting there by the radio, just waiting for new information to come through, and waiting for, at the time, you'd have to wait for one of your elected leaders, usually the president, to get up and actually speak and tell everybody what was happening, because nobody else would tell you what was happening. Because back then, there was this decorum. There wasn't this, we're going to run to the camera first, so people see us first. It was the president's the commander-in-chief. When something like this happens, that's the person who addresses the nation. Nobody else, but now it's leak, and, you know, you get every bit of information out that you possibly can, and most of that ends up being completely inaccurate and false, and we have to correct everything over the next couple of days because everybody's in a rush to be first. So on June 6, 1944, Allied troops hammered the beach in order to kick down the front door of Europe and slaughter the Nazi oppressors in World War II. I think the Daily Caller might have picked the side in that conflict. Not only was the invasion a success, it's probably the most impressive American military accomplishment in the past 100 years. Okay, I don't even know why who wrote this. Put that in there. David Hookstead. I like David. David, what's wrong with you? This is without the shadow of a doubt. This is the most impressive military operation that has ever happened. Ever. And I know that there's a great list of impressive military operations throughout human history, but when you sit down and you go over the scale of this, the deception, the strategy that went into it, the training, the forming of brand new units. Some of those units are still around today. They're modern equipment that was created for this operation. They didn't exist before it. New methods had to be devised to scale cliffs that they had never done before. New types of training, paratroopers, gliders, all of that experimental technology that went into there. There's no doubt Operation Overlord was the most impressive and historically significant operation to happen in all of human history. David, I love you. I love your writing. I think you're an entertaining dude, but it's probably the most impressive American accomplishment. No, it's the most impressive. It is the most impressive in world history. Full stop. But this is just, I know that they made, tons of movies and everything else about it, and I know that many of you have your own stories from your family and what have you. We just celebrated somebody who was, in that conflict here in our community. I don't think that they were at Normandy, but they were in that conflict. And this is something that's, we're losing them. They're getting older. We're not going to have them around for that much longer. told you before, even though this isn't about Pearl Harbor, but obviously Pearl Harbor led to this. You know, when I went to Pearl Harbor, I didn't expect it. You know, there's an old man who collapses when we're sitting there on the Arizona. We don't know what's going on. Turns out he was there. He had never been back. He was there. We were there to witness him coming back for the very first time and seeing the names of his fallen brothers on that plaque. And it's a powerful moment. I told everybody, if you do, first of all, everybody should go to Hawaii. I firmly believe that. It is one of the most unique and beautiful places that you will ever see. But you have to go to Pearl Harbor. It is an imperative. I believe it is a requirement of all Americans. I truly do. And you're going to thank me for it. And just trust me on this. If you can find a way to get to Pearl Harbor, do it. Normandy Beach is on my list too. I know it doesn't look the way that it used to, but you still have those battle scars that are there. And just being able to see that stuff in a first-person perspective is something that intrigues me greatly. So we'll pepper in various mentions of this throughout the show with some official audio and things like that from back in the day. And we've got a lot to talk about today, tons to talk about today, including I'm going to pick on a local Notre Dame professor who writes for the local newspaper, and I've obliterated this guy at the gun issue before. I'm going to do it again because he's stupid, he's dumb, he's an idiot, he shouldn't be allowed to have a forum, but he does. And nobody bothers to fact check him because he's an old man. But I will, because I don't care about old people's feelings. We got more coming up. 95.3 MNC. Casey Edwardson. 95.3. And what thing works? Look at that together. 95.3 MNC. Sorry, Casey, you take calls? No. No, you're not. I'm sorry. E-Sync works. Okay.
Why is my wheel bouncing?
For me, I still think the most interesting aspect of Operation Overlord was how they made Hitler think that Patton was going to lead it. Even though they were still angry with Patton. And Hitler was so afraid of Patton, he would not listen to Rommel. It's an amazing story. Remember, word of the day is howitzer.
I need an adjustment. The delay is bad. 420. The delay is bad. Alright, so I adjusted my delay down to 100 milliseconds. And the Denon. So it looks like I'm going to be pitting after what? Lap 11? Ben knows that Casey's kind of serious today. That's good. Alright, watch out, Pepper. Gotta turn this down. Hi, Pepper. Hello, Pepper. Tires are going away a little bit. Pausing for too long is not good.
Alright. You're up to this side. What? You're up to this side. You know what we're doing. Casey?
Casey's kind of serious today.
Everybody, Casey Hendrickson here for allnaturalcbd.org. One of the questions that I do get is, Casey, do I have to order this stuff and wait for it, or can I go get it today if I'm in pain? You can go get it today. All you have to do is go to any eSigWorks location. That's any of the ones around here. You can go into eSigWorks. You can let them know who I am. Use the promo code Casey10. You get 10% off. You make everybody else there jealous. The last time I was in eSigWorks and I picked up the lotion, I used the discount code, and a bunch of people were like, I didn't know there was a discount code. You don't listen to the good radio stations in town. What can I tell you? Go to allnaturalcbd.org. You can use promo code Casey10 on the website as well. Pick up the CBD lotion. Now, this is full spectrum CBD. It's not that isolate stuff. If somebody tries to sell you isolate CBD, don't get it. I mean, it may be better than nothing, but it's really an inferior product. You're going to pay just as much. So just get the full spectrum CBD. It works a heck of a lot better. It works faster. Just a higher quality product. And yes, this stuff, you can get 250, 500, or 1,000 milligrams in concentration. I just recommend you get the 1,000. Trust me, it just works better. And it's a great product. I've been endorsing it for over 3 years for a reason. allnaturalcbd.org, promo code Casey10, or walk in to any local eSigWorks location, pick up the lotion and other products there as well. Also use promo code Casey10. Alright, so this is in the local paper. I want to thank a listener for posting this over the weekend. And it's a Jack Caldwell article. Jack Caldwell is an anti-gun freakazoid, but he doesn't know anything about firearms. But he thinks he's really intelligent because he's an adjunct professor at Notre Dame. So naturally, he doesn't actually have to research anything. He can just rely on the fact that he's an individual, and he can just form his own opinions. This is a problem that you run in with people who sniff their own farts, like Jack Caldwell does. They believe that they're just smarter than everybody else, so they don't actually research anything. Whatever opinion they work through in their own head, absent any pertinent information, is the correct opinion because they think they're highly educated. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met have high degrees. Some of the smartest people I've ever met are high school dropouts. That's just true. It's the other way around, too.
Took too much fuel.
Occasionally, it happens this way. Jack Caldwell's one of those guys who doesn't know enough about this topic to understand that he makes a fool of himself.
Run that bitch out.
And he gets a pass just because of how long he's been doing
tires,
it, his age, and that sort of stuff.
full
So we wrote
fuel.
an article on the bed yesterday called "The Only Thing That Stops a Bad Guy with a Howitzer." ... Now, right away, veterans know, wow, this guy doesn't know anything about warfare. He's the type of guy that'll tell you what good is your AR-15 against a tank. It's actually really good against a tank. You know where the driver sits? Ben, you know where the driver sits? Their head's sticking out. You know what happens to a tank when you shoot the driver in the head? It doesn't move. You know what happens when it doesn't move? Everybody else has got to get out too. guess who also dies by bullets? There's a way of handling this. But if you don't know, you don't know. So you run around like Joe Biden. Watch your hair. You're going to do against the tank.
Oh.
One, a lot if you know what you're doing. Two, good point. We should probably stock up on anti-tank missiles. Probably.
Instead of sending them to Ukraine.
But I digress. Let's read from this.
Oh my gosh, come on, dude.
Should law-abiding citizens have the right to own a howitzer?
You let your fucking outlet.
Yes. And Jack, they already do. They already do.
Took too much fuel.
And if so, should an 18-year-old be able to buy one? Yes,
Wind this
if they're
bitch
considered
out.
a legal adult in the United States of America, they should be able to buy a howitzer. Why is this a problem? This is so difficult for them to understand. Now, if you're not considered 18, if you're not considered an adult at 18, that's fine, but draw some consistency there. Is it 18? Is it 21? Is it some other arbitrary number? Which one is it? Because they're telling you that 16-year-olds are adult enough to consent to sexual activity,
21.
and 13-year-olds are adult enough to consent to abortions, and 5-year-olds are adult enough to consent to genital mutilation and swapping their genders out. So where is the adult line here, guys? You're not old enough to rent a vehicle until you're 25. Okay, believe you, that's stupid, but alright, we'll go with it. Pick one or the other. That's all you gotta do. If it's 18 years old and you're an adult, great. You get to do adult things at 18 across the board. If it's 21, then you get to do adult things across the board at 21 and not before. But that includes other things like voting and joining the military and being tried as an adult and everything else that goes along with that. This dink and doink sort of you're an adult here, but not here, and not here, but only for political purposes over here. That stuff is destroying large swaths of our society and it's stupid. So we're 2 sentences in, and Jack Caldwell has already fried half of your brains with stupidity. These are questions to be considered as the nation reacts to the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and looks at Second Amendment gun.
Damn it.
No, it isn't.
Fuck.
No, it isn't. There are 2 people in the world who brought up howitzers in
Alright,
Canada.
14.
Joe Biden, who is repeatedly
Gotta be super clean.
lying, and Jack Caldwell, who is expanding upon that. He thinks with clarification that a howitzer isn't a cannon. Because Jack Caldwell knows that there are people out there going, yeah, you can own a cannon. He's like, well, not a howitzer. Yeah, you can. It's legal. You can buy one right now. That amendment on the right to bear arms refers to a
Fast turn third.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. He then says a militia is a military organization. No, it isn't. A militia is not a military organization. That is the very nature of a militia, is a civilian fighting force. So should that cover all military weapons, not just military-style assault rifles? Yes. There's a meme that now is popular, but you've heard me say for 17 years on this show. So on TikTok right now, it's like, what's your thoughts on gun control? Grenades. I've been telling you before, yeah, I should be able to have a rocket launcher. I should also face really bad charges if I use that rocket launcher in a way that is not conducive. Oh, there's another thing though. You can actually use things that blow things up worse than rocket launchers, and all you have to do is get a fireworks license. Yeah, a lot of fireworks will do more damage, guys. We send howitzers to Ukraine. Oh, so he's trying to bring the Ukraine argument in, which, of course, the pro-gun crowd has effectively pointed out. Like, oh, okay, so we can't have guns, but the Ukrainians can. Why do the Ukrainians need the guns again? Oh, that's right, to beat up a tyrannical oppressive government. That's right. They get to have it. We don't. Oh, that makes total sense. Why there? When there is so much need at home, there isn't any need for a howitzer at home, you idiot. That's the point. You can have one if you want. Nobody really owns them except for commercial reasons or collectible reasons because there isn't really a ton of need for them right now. That might be the thing to be reconsidered, though, considering what Jack Caldwell and some other people are trying to do.
Oh, man. I kill my fucking
the
laugh.
oxygen deprivation is going to get much worse. But it's okay. I have an antidote. I'm here here with a little bag, little breather bag, and we squeeze it into you. So you don't die from this guy stealing all the oxygen out of your life. We got more coming up. 95.3 MNC News Times 3:32. Time to check out Impress Jewelry Creations. Creating meaningful jewelry for the moment.
That second place would have been more.
I've been holding that ever since we got back.
From 1991 to 2008, Biden was an adjunct professor at Widener University School of Law in Delaware, where he supposedly co-taught a seminar on constitutional law. Thing Biden does not understand.
Very beginning, you couldn't own any weapon you want to know. The very beginning of the Second Amendment existed, certain people were allowed to have weapons.
Except if you actually read the Second Amendment, it says nothing of the sort. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The Second Amendment day was passed.
Damn it.
What type of weapon you could own?
How the fuck are they getting below
So,
140s,
you see
man?
anything about limiting who can own a gun or anything about not being able to buy a cannon? Of course you don't. And with that, PolitiFact gave him a false rating on the matter, and the Washington Post fact checker gave him no views. And despite being called out on it, Joe Biden, constitutional scholar, continues to spread misinformation about the Constitution to fit his anti-gun narrative.
Say anybody can own a gun and any kind of gun and any kind of weapon.
Well, we can't, Joe.
Buy a cannon.
So shut the fuck up.
The president takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. But instead, Joe Biden just straight up lies about it over and over and over again.
By the way, it's going to sound bizarre. I support the Second Amendment. The very beginning of the Second Amendment, they'll say you can own any gun you want. Any gun you want. You can buy a cannon.
I bet.
But in fact, the Second Amendment passed. Certain people from the very beginning were allowed to purchase guns. The Second Amendment's not absolute. When it was passed, you couldn't own a cannon. You couldn't own certain kinds of weapons.
And speaking of making shit up, listen to how he talks about guns in general. No, it doesn't. Here is a graphic of entry and exit holes of various types of ammunition. The 22 leads to same mark as the 223 or 5.56, which is the ammo most AR-15s use. And here is the 9mm, which is the most common handgun ammo. Compare these two to the 357 or the 45, and you'll see which causes the most damage. And of course, if you know anything about guns, a 9mm weapon is not remotely considered to be high caliber. Again, he's just making shit up. Why is he comparing owning a 22 or a 9mm to owning a cannon? Oh, I know. It's because he's stupid. I mean, this is a man who can't even pronounce the word exponentially.
Increases the prospects of success for those young people exponentially. And the county police grew exponentially. Increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. All studies show how increase exponentially. Increase exponentially. Exponentially. Their profits come up exponentially. They have an exponentially greater chance of going all the way through 12 years of school.
increases exponentially. The prospect of graduating, it also increases exponentially. Increasing exponentially. We increase exponentially. We're changing exponentially. They increase exponentially, which is increased exponentially. Prices went up exponentially. It's increasing exponentially. We're increasing exponentially.
Ouch.
Prospect.
Okay.
Anyway, it's
26.5.
impossible to take seriously a president who not only lies about the United States Constitution, but also says that the Declaration of Independence sounds corny. Watch this infamous clip from March 2020.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Sounds corny. Not a joke. Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women were created by
And since then, Biden has repeated this stupid line again and again and again.
We, the people, we hold these truths, etc. Sounds corny,
Et cetera?
but it's real. We hold these truths to be
Et cetera?
self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator. We are unique. It sounds corny. Thanks for the proposition. It sounds corny. We hold
dude,
these
doesn't
truths
sound
to be
corny at all,
self-evident.
Joe.
That all
It's our
men and women are
Constitution, you
created
idiot.
equal. We hold these
What am I doing?
self-evident. That all women and men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights.
Right.
Sounds corny.
No, it doesn't, Joe. Shut the fuck up.
All men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Our nation's strength has always come from the idea. It's gonna sound corny, but think about it. What's the idea of our nation? We're all children of God. All to life, liberty. Our universal goods.
Why is he this way?
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3. Step to the
From the first step to the final phase, industrial and commercial electrical dynamic. Casey Hendrickson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson, dealing with more blithering idiots when it comes to the gun issues. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. This is just how this is. And what's adorable is that they think they don't make fools of themselves. But somebody out there knows that they're making a fool of themselves because the Tribune will not let you comment on this article. I wonder why. I wonder why they won't let you comment on the article. So anyway, Jack Caldwell is an adjunct professor at Notre Dame. He writes columns. He says a lot of ridiculous and stupid things. I did a pretty epic takedown of him. The last time he blamed Chicago street violence on Indiana, which is a debunked, nonsensical thing, but he still went with it anyway. So now he's making the arguments for owning howitzers. You can already own a howitzer. You can go buy a howitzer right now. Modern, Civil War era, everything in between. You can get custom ones. You can get DIY kits. You can get other kits. You can go own one right now. There are companies out there that will shoot modern howitzers, and you can give them money to do it yourself. Now, how did a private company get a howitzer if you can't own a howitzer? Anybody?
Weird. Because you can?
He then lies about the Second Amendment being about a militia. He then falsely calls a militia a military organization.
I'll be right back. I need to go do something.
He then says, well, the shootings in this country with firearms now the leading cause of death of children and adolescents.
Right now.
You used better language than most news people did, Jack. I'll give you that. But you're still misleading everybody. You're still misleading everybody. I debunked this notion last week twice. Should more be done to provide stronger firepower for law-abiding citizens to combat this violence? Yeah. It's not about stronger firepower, it's about more firepower. Particularly in schools where there isn't any firepower and kids keep getting killed. That's kind of the point, Jack. Like I said, it's always adorable when you have people who don't know anything about military strategy try to make a military strategy argument. For example, in the next paragraph, when Jack Caldwell calls to harden the defenses of schools against evildoers by putting a howitzer on the roof. Because after all, a howitzer, folks, a howitzer could hit a target 10 miles away. Pretty crappy howitzer, but, you know, hey, any howitzer's better than no howitzer, I guess. With so many politicians calling for more guns in the community as the answer to gun violence, would more howitzers in the community be a stronger deterrent? It's a logical fallacy is what he's doing. It's 100% a logical fallacy. If people were shelling schools with artillery, then yes, artillery being in the schools could be an argument. But they're obviously not. So he goes on to make more stupid points. Doesn't really matter. He's an idiot. And again, he's not bright. He's not bright. He goes on to lie about militia groups all over the country. He doesn't understand the Second Amendment. He doesn't understand what a militia is. He doesn't even understand the laws of his own state because he's in Indiana. Now, for those of you who do not know, since Joe Biden is out there repeating this debunked lie, which even liberal fact-checkers have been fact-checking him on for at least 3 years, you've always been allowed to own artillery. You can own artillery right now. You can go buy a howitzer right now. Now, the United States military, they have a policy of destroying their battlefield howitzers if they're not transferring them to another force, okay? Now, they do that so they don't end up on the civilian market. It's one of the few things that the military uses that you can't buy in auction. But that's a policy that they have, okay? You can still get them. You can make one if you really wanted to. It's going to cost you a ton of money, and it's not very practical, but you can get them. But you can certainly get older technology. Civil War type technology, Napoleonic War technology, even stuff after that up until you know, modern technology. You can get all of it, but you're legally allowed to own it all. You're required to go through some extra steps, but you can own it. There's some extra licenses. You see, the National Firearms Act has them classified a different way. And if you look up Indiana law tells you that you're allowed to own grenades, you're allowed to own rocket launchers. He made the case about rocket launchers too. You're allowed to own those, guys. You can own them, okay? There are special things that you have to do. There are some limits on the type of ordnance that you are allowed to fire unless you're on a specialized range. But you may own them. And pretending that you can't own them or pretending that you are never allowed to own them is ridiculous. And this is why I keep bringing this up. And you know, we talk buy a 3D printer. You have always been allowed to manufacture a firearm at home and use it yourself. You have always had that right in this country. That has never been taken away. That is never something that should be taken away. And the moment that they try to take that away, that's how you're going to get a boot. But you've always had the right to manufacture a gun at home. Just because the tools to be able to do it are getting more affordable and are easier to use for the common individual doesn't take that right away from you. Just because something gets easier doesn't mean suddenly you're not allowed to do it. That's the argument that they're trying to make. Well, yeah, you've always been allowed to manufacture guns, but now you can do it easily. Well, yeah, technology's great. But just because it's easier now doesn't mean the right goes away. I'd like to just take a couple of seconds here, just go over some things, just for anybody out there who's like, oh, yeah, Biden's right, even though you're too lazy to take 5 minutes to do a simple internet search on this. So in the United States, even post Civil War, we had legions, and a lot of people don't talk about this. We had legions. These are militias, and they included artillery units, by the way. And these artillery units were private artillery units in which the artillery pieces themselves were privately owned. They were not owned by the United States or the state government. They were owned by wealthy individuals who used them and supplied the units that usually they were the ones equipping. Charles Dabney of Virginia, which fought in the Civil War, by the way, for the Confederacy, was one of those before the Confederacy. You've got examples here. Thaddeus Rice, John Hastings, James Godfrey, Reuben Rice, and others all used private artillery companies in Vermont. This is in the early 1800s, the end of the 1700s. And let's see, what do you have here? Owning a cannon individually and as part of a mercantile partnership for use in their ships for protection against pirates and for use as privateers. We talked about buccaneers a lot on this show. Buccaneers are private naval warships, guys. What are naval warships armed with? Cannon. How could they have cannon if you weren't allowed to own cannon? Joe? Jack? Anybody? Jack and Joe went up a hill, each with a bucket of water. Anyway, sorry. Let's see. Private ships licensed by the U.S. federal government to seize enemy ships for lawful sale, a power granted to Congress in the Constitution. This is Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. During the War of 1812, more than 200 American privateers seized and sold over 1,000 British ships. Again, those are privately owned. They took naval warships from Britain and they kept them. You are allowed to develop, manufacture, stockpile, and sell cannon to meet the demand of private individuals as well as the government. If you look at the Congressional Weekly Register from the 7th of January of 1812, this is pages 342 to 343, just in case Jack Caldwell wants some actual sources. It complains that the least rumor of war caused the market price of military goods like cannon to increase 50 to 100%. Well, that's in 1812. 1812 before or after the Constitution, Ben? That's after. That's quite a few decades after. Jack?
1813. What?
Rumors of war
1813 what?
The cost of cannon went up. And people were complaining about it in the Congressional Weekly Register in January of 1812.
Wow, look at the car bouncing. Jeez. That Red Bull?
Nevertheless, the stock of cannon and small arms remained adequate to emergencies.
Get out of here,
and the art of boring cannon was so well understood in this country that thousands more cannon could be quickly and flawlessly manufactured if necessary. Why would boring of a cannon be such a common and well understood trade craft in the United States of America if nobody was making and buying them? This is how dumb people like Jack Caldwell, Joe Biden, and their supporters are. There's a court decision.
Gorgeous.
Erie, Pennsylvania,
Simply gorgeous.
1833 is even after 1812, Jack. 1812 is after the Constitution, Jack. It stated that for almost 70 years it had been a universal practice, this is a quote, universal practice throughout the whole land to fire cannon to celebrate Independence Day and other major events. How can you do that if you can't own it? Jack Caldwell's first sentence debunks his entire article.
Oh, now I see the powder effect.
You always have,
the powder looks gorgeous.
Now.
Look at the powder effect on the decals.
What's the name of that website? Dixie something or other? DixieGunworks.com. Go there. Got a couple of grand, you can buy a cannon. There. I help. Also buy a 3D printer. Got more coming up. 95.3 MNC.
Casey Hendrickson. 95.3 MNC.
Alright, you got Southwest Vision Center. So this is a new sponsor, huh?
No.
They've been around a while. Oh, okay.
Yep. New for you, Ben.
I'm only going to have a couple of minutes when we get back before we have to go to Fox.
Okay.
That's okay.
We're going to have 30, 1, 2,
Today's Monday.
3 minutes,
Big window.
4 minutes, 4.5 minutes from now is when we come back.
What do we have coming up again?
Southwest Vision Center.
Okay.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
Casey's in a bit of a mood yesterday.
performance. So it's going to put us at about 56. Your ad, you're only going to be able to talk for like a minute or two.
Well, which
I don't know if I can do that. You're going to have to blow out all the Fox News.
A minute or two? That's a lot of time, dude. Which is it? Is it a minute? Or a minute 10? Or 2 minutes? It's a lot of time. Ghost Flames. Ghost Flames. I got her.
Once we're allowed to move these ads to another break.
No, we're fine, dude. Just mess with you.
No, I know. I'm just curious if that was... Are we allowed to do that?
Good girl.
I mean, you could if there's a breaking event, you know, but...
Day in, day out, no.
That's the way so.
Sounds like the refrigerator.
Oh, it's your coffee maker.
Shouldn't be. It's not doing anything.
Turning on. Hi, Pepper.
Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to catch up on the Daily Show prep here.
Yep. That's the short carousel. Or small carousel, actually. Just pick it out. You don't want that. Go, girl. Those wheels are kind of badass. Gotta love those BBC. BBC, baby.
I got some golf gloves. Even got the kidlet. A nice little starter set. For $5, she got her
Wow.
set.
That's a great deal.
She wants to go to the driving range.
Good place to start. Short game.
I can teach her how to play golf.
Short game.
Yeah, she's interested.
Alright, you're on after this ad, Southwest Vision Center.
She broke my little backyard chipping cornhole set.
Oh, yeah?
Less than 10 minutes, she broke the club. Less than 10 minutes. All right, you need a real wedge.
Pepper move. Alright. Gonna do another run. Maybe 2.
Hey everybody, Casey Henderson here for Southwest Vision Center. So I just recently went to Southwest Vision Center and I did a follow-up. Hadn't been able to do the follow-up because of the COVID stuff. So I finally went in, did a follow-up, had my prescription upgraded because I'm over 40 and that means your eyes start dying on you a little bit more every single year. But we evaluated the lubricant in my eyes. Now for those of you who don't remember, I've been suffering from dry eye syndrome for a long time. And we started a treatment regimen to fix that. And my eyes were producing the oils needed to lubricate my eyes, but it was low quality. So it was kind of like putting recycled motor oil in your automobile, which you should never do in spite of what the greenies tell you. So I was having an issue with the lower quality oil. So we started some supplementation, some certain drops, various other things. You see me wear my glasses sometimes. The glasses have a blue light blocker in them. Various things to help with that, and I'm pleased to say that dry eye syndrome is essentially gone. So I really don't struggle with it. Occasionally there's a flare-up of my allergies, and that's right about it. So because I went to Southwest Vision Center, my dry eye syndrome is now almost completely gone,
and totally manageable. Whereas before, I was going days on end with my eyes absolutely burning. They were on fire. You could barely keep them open and just being miserable all the time. They're a great place to go. Southwest Vision Center, it's swvisioncenter.com. I was trying to say all those things at the same time. swvisioncenter.com or Southwest Vision Center in Edwardsburg. Please let them know that I sent you. The discounts that my listeners get oftentimes will make it cheaper, more affordable to go with them using my discount than even go through your insurance. swvisioncenter.com.
News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
Some time ago, back in August of 2021, I took Jack Caldwell down with another article where he was out there trying to tell everybody that Indiana was responsible for the gun violence in Chicago, which of course is a debunked fallacy that is repeated by the city officials in Chicago because they don't want to accept responsibility for their district attorney not keeping anybody behind bars. And law enforcement in Chicago knows what's going on. Everybody else knows what's going on. Kim Foxx is the one that has been was the main issue at that time, and she's a disaster. I mean, these district attorneys all over the country are a disaster. And it was interesting because Jack Caldwell brought up, Indianapolis and South Bend having an issue with
early
with
broadcast.
gun crime too. Guess what they have in common with Cook County? They have prosecutors who let people go.
Missed the early broadcast today, actually. All right, so here we go.
Michigan is a mess. I recently fled Michigan. I got out just in the nick of time. And we actually thought that might have been a bad decision. We were trying to stay in Michigan, but ultimately things didn't work out. We ended up back on the Indiana side of the border. And
But you have to find the negative of the logo to be able to do that. Skipping some comments. You live in Texas, right? Okay. Cool. So okay, brother, big luck, see you tomorrow. Emoji waving hand. Bully cat
James Time, and you're the first of the gubernatorial candidates to reach out to the show, and we appreciate that. But
I know you're not going to
let's just start with
repeat
the
the
easy
entire
softball stuff, and then we'll get into some of the more nuanced stuff and the local stuff, shall we? COVID has been a disaster under Gretchen Whitmer. I don't know how else to phrase it.
Yeah, absolutely. COVID was a total mess in the state of Michigan. We had, not only did we have businesses closed down longer than other states, our schools were closed down longer than other states. We ended up with a crisis with nursing homes. Across the board, her policies hurt the state of Michigan.
Then you got the nursing home issues where she put young sick people in with senior citizens, which was at the time being advised against by the CDC. She did that. We ended up having this horrific elder abuse case, which led to the deaths of more senior citizens with a hate crime, this young guy. Then you end up with, you're not allowed to travel around the state, but my husband can. You're not allowed to travel and go to restaurants, but I can. You're not allowed to go to Florida, but me and my senior health staff can. It seems like throughout COVID, Gretchen Whitmer has just been a prime example of do as I say, not as I do.
Well, right, and she also showed her true colors because when she was campaigning, she said, when I'm governor, I'm going to work with the legislature. I know what it is to be a legislator, and I know what it is to have a governor that won't work with us. Well, I'm going to work with the legislature. And then she had she so far has had more vetoes than any other governor in the last 50 years and more executive orders. She didn't work with the legislature and ultimately gave no voice to the people. Their elected officials had no voice, and when they tried to contact her directly, they had no voice. So certain industries were hurt worse than others. I'll say Restaurant and Lodging Association. They went to her multiple times and said, these are our safety plans. And let's remember that businesses know how to create a safety plan. We all have them, and when a crisis hits, you adjust the safety plan. It didn't matter what they did. She would not respond to the people, and she kept people shut down, and she kept kids out of school, and it's coming back to haunt us. Our literacy exams for third graders, we just had more than 50% of our third graders fail them. And she's not coming back and helping students in any way. She keeps saying she's putting money into schools. She hasn't come up with real-life, common-sense solutions to get kids back on track.
Let's not forget, she's got national outlets like Politico writing puff pieces about her, saying not a single person in Grand Rapids doesn't like this woman. That was a quote from Politico some time back. So she also campaigned on roads. And she was going to fix the roads. It was all about the roads. Everybody in Michigan was upset about the roads. She campaigns on it. She proposed the 45-cent fuel tax, which, of course, was so popular, even Democrats wouldn't support it. She's now launching this $3.5 billion bond program. She's got a proposal to add, is it $1 billion for transportation, I think it is, the latest thing that she's floated out there. But the latest reports are that the roads in Michigan are still just as bad as the day she took office. And we've got an issue with dams and bridges and everything else that she promised to fix, too.
She was a single-issue candidate. She said that that was what she was going to do. She has failed to deliver on that. There were a few other things that she said she was focused on. I already mentioned being a governor that works with the legislature and being transparent, which we know no one knew why she was making the decisions she was making. Even her chief medical executive came out and said, well, when it came to lockdown, I was a very small part of that decision, which means it wasn't science, it was political. And then let's take a look at the...
Why did you stop freaking playing Casey?
Thing that she said she was running on, which was clean water. We all remember her campaigning and saying, I just can't stand the thought of our kids not having clean water. I watched the water soak into my rice when I couldn't think of the kids in Flint. Well, look what she did in Benton Harbor. She had to have, first of all, known something was up in 2018 when the reports were coming through when she was running. But then when she got into office, if that were really her focus, why wasn't she looking at those reports? And if she did see them and she did nothing, then look at where we are now. And then when the news broke that Benton Harbor was an issue, what did she do? She hopped on a plane and went to D.C. to campaign for a failed candidate, Terry McAuliffe. And it had nothing to do with Michigan. That had nothing to do with Michigan. That was about her own selfish desires to be seen by the national media on the national stage for her next career choice, which would be Washington, D.C. Let's face it, this entire time she's been governor, she's been focused on being out of Michigan and her next career, and that's why she campaigned to be vice president.
And for those of you who are just tuning in right now and you're not familiar with the Benton Harbor situation, the Whitmer administration withheld from the public that there was lead contamination in the water there for over 2 years. And now, of course, we have these these monthly reports that we have to publish about where you can get your water from. All right, so Tudor, that's a lot of what's wrong. We could spend probably the next 3 shows talking about problems in Michigan under her leadership. So what's the solution? What is your platform? What's your campaign? Tell people about you.
I come from a steel manufacturing background, so I come from the foundry industry. We made heavy equipment, steel castings for heavy equipment, and then moved into forgings for the office.
Sometimes you gotta bleed and know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you she's the terror of my heart. I'm alive, she's the terror of my heart. I'm a fire, she's the terror of my heart. Take me higher. The NBA playoffs are here. Get a piece of all the action with the same game.
I better get paid for this ad.
Make every playoff move boom. Right now,
I better get paid for a FanDuel ad. This being played on your shit. You hear me? I better get paid for a fucking FanDuel ad that you just played.
Sometimes you gotta bleed and know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes. The songs on the radio are okay.
love those wheels. Man.
You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I'm driving here, I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul. But it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the terror in my heart. I'm alive. She's the terror in my heart. I'm on fire. She's the terror in my heart. Take me higher than I've ever been. My heart is my armor. She's the terror in my heart. Is my armor, she's the terror in my heart. She's a car, she's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been.
Wouldn't that be awesome if that song was in Rock Band 3? Or whatever the last Rock Band was that you could play online? Without getting demonetized for playing music that you don't have a license for, bullshit. You have a license to play it. Give me a fucking break. Fuck you, lawyers. You're not even right. You're just off. You're all just off. Man.
Industry. So I come from a manufacturing.
Well, people have got reports that we have to publish about where you can get your water from. All right, so Tuner, that's a lot of what's wrong. We could spend probably the next 3 shows talking about problems in Michigan under her leadership. So what's the solution? What is your platform? What's your campaign? Tell people about you.
I come from a steel manufacturing background, so I come from the foundry industry. We made heavy equipment, steel castings for heavy equipment, and then moved into forgings for the automotive industry. So I come from a manufacturing background. And for me, I also have 4 daughters. I'm a mom of four girls that are school age. So I watched what happened during the pandemic with our kids. And then I really delved deep into what's happening in education in the state of Michigan. And man, we've fallen behind. We're 38th in the nation, and I just told you those reading scores. We're going lower.
Jeez.
And I want to focus on education very immediately, right out of the gate. That has to be what we look at, because education determines the future of the state. So if we are educating our students well, then we end up with a good workforce, and we end up with people wanting to come to the state of Michigan. Population is an issue. We've had people leaving the state. How do we get 1 million more people into the state, get our tax base up? Well, you got to look at a few things, because when somebody wants to move to a state, they look at what the education rate is, how the schools are rated, and they look at public safety. So we have to be focused on education and public safety, but also keeping our students in the state. So whether or not we have vocational, technical schools, or if our students are going to universities, how do we have public-private partnerships to say, these students are so valuable to us, we want to keep them in Michigan? And one of the ways that we do that is we have good private companies, and we have to treat them well. Right now, the state of Michigan does not treat our private companies well. We do not have a customer service-based government. This is something that we have seen in the past, something that we can remedy quickly. We can get away from this over-regulation. If you go outside of the state of Michigan, which I hear you are, and we lost you, and that's very sad, but you've probably heard this, Michigan is considered a gotcha state if you're a business. The government goes in, gotcha. We're going to cite you. We're going to fine you. This is a governor who put up a shame list, an OSHA shame list during COVID. We have got to be friendly to businesses and make sure we bring more people to the state of Michigan.
You know, I'm sitting here, you can't see it on the live stream, but I'm laughing because you mentioned the lack of customer service in the state of Michigan.
Whew.
And one of the biggest complaints that I've gotten from the audience on the Michigan side of the border has been the Secretary of State's office in trying to get anything accomplished or done throughout the pandemic, and getting fined for not being able to have their license renewed because they're not allowed to get their license renewed because none of the offices are open. And it's just been a routine complaint that we get from people on the Michigan side of the border. And I know that when I was having to go through transferring everything over, it was a problem because the SOS offices were all closed. And they would direct you to the website, and the website would direct you back to the closed office to make an appointment, and you couldn't get anything done.
Oh, it's a horrible situation, whether you are a resident or a business. So the people that are residents that are dealing with their driver's license, with renewing their license plate, all of that, they understand what it is. It's been terrible. After Jocelyn Benson came in and said she was going to revamp it and make it so much better, it's become a nightmare to deal with. Well, if you're a trucking company, if you are a car dealership, you deal with that times 10. And those companies are just fed up. And I've had folks that have car dealerships that have said, we have the opportunity to build 2 or 3 more in Michigan, and we went to the surrounding states because it's just so darn difficult to do business in Michigan.
How frustrating is it as somebody who's from the steel industry? You know, obviously it's sad for everybody kind of in this area just watching what's happening in the automobile industry in Michigan and in Detroit in particular, but you're from the steel industry, and there's a rich, proud heritage there in the state of Michigan, and you have this ability to once again be a powerhouse, and steel is so very important, and it just seems like it's not being taken advantage of by anybody.
Well, no, it's been hard. For us, it was very hard in the steel industry to do business in the state of Michigan, and workforce is a major problem. So I saw us losing that skilled workforce because folks were getting older and retiring, and I saw foundries just disappear. We're fortunate to have the foundries that we still have, but this is a metaphor for the rest of skilled trades, because if you see what happened with foundries, now look at electricians and plumbers. When I talk to the folks that are teaching and having new apprentice plumbers, they say, we can't even find them. And, you know, the rest of America is not going to see it until they call when their toilet's clogged and they say, we'll come in 2 weeks. But this is a real problem that we're not in our middle and high schools and telling students there are jobs outside of college degrees, and that might fit you, because we need to make sure that we have those folks with college degrees, but we also have those folks with skilled trades, certificates, and sometimes those are the people that end up with multi-million-dollar businesses. So this idea that we're shaming people with certificates is absolutely the wrong choice, because these are fantastic careers that can turn into amazing businesses.
All right, how can people support your campaign?
Check us out at TudorDixon.com. It's TUDORDIXON.com, and we're on Facebook and Twitter at Tudor Dixon.
Tudor, thank you so much for the time. I really do appreciate it. Best of luck in the campaign, and I look forward to having you on again.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've got more coming up. Newstalk 95.
Yeah, I had wheels turned into him to about 9 o'clock, and nothing was happening. I didn't feel his car. There was no force from my car upon his car pushing him into the wall or anything. So I had my wheel turned to the left to about 9 o'clock, and nothing was happening there. That's kind of bullshit, because they can turn us in a fucking heartbeat, and we can't do anything upon them. Yeah, right. Come on, PD. Come on, Polyphony. You gotta fix that shit. Aggressive AI, fine. But where they can spin us and we can't spin them, or they can plow into us and just keep driving, just downshift and grab a gear or two and keep driving like nothing happened? No, that ain't gonna fly, and that needs to be addressed soon. As soon as you guys deal with stuff like the lobbies. The lobbies are a friggin' nightmare. All you need to do is port GT Sport over into GT7 and somehow satisfy the GT Sport users, those of us that paid for the game, figure it out some kind of way. You can't shut the servers down because there's nothing else to do. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the answer for PD is. All I know is the best thing that they can do is take the code from GT Sport and embed it into GT7 and let that be the online multiplayer. That's the best solution, period. Because what's happening right now, you're losing players by the day. Now, I know you can track that data easily. I know you're well aware of the data. Just like the 20 million or 50 million, whatever the fuck it was, PlayStation 5s that were sold. Okay, what's the ratio of units sold to units activated? Vastly different. Oh my gosh, you guys are all stupid. Wow, that was interesting. But I can't punt them. Alright, so why is there a big break right now, Casey? Why is there a big break?
Michigan is a mess. I recently...
Okay, so that was a quick one. Where's it say the time?
Michigan is a mess.
Okay.
I recently...
Yep, that was a quick episode. Now, Rumble, I need to be able to fast forward back to where I was. Why the fuck can't you remember where I was? Seriously, that kind of dumb shit. There ain't no
those things, or I fear
there's no
for
room
our
for that.
society. Those of you who missed the parasitic worms.
If you want to be taken seriously, Rumble, you need to resume where I left off at any fucking point in time, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago.
Brown poo, or else you're not an ally. I'll tell you why, coming up next, 95.3 MNC.
WTRM, Niles, South Bend, Elkhart.
Now, for those of you who saw the early show,
Which we just watched,
don't worry, I'm not going into any details.
listened to.
like what I did with the early show. I can't do that on radio. All right, I'm going to play the second part of that Biden clip, and I'll be back. Listen to what else Biden thinks sounds corny.
And I think we should just take a look at the American spirit now. I am so damn proud. It sounds corny, but I'm so proud to be an American.
And over Memorial Day weekend, he told a bunch of Naval Academy graduates
See the
and
tire
their
marks?
families that the phrase
Too bad they
defending
can't use
democracy
motor
sounds
storms
corny.
model for fucking tires.
As you go out in the world, will not only be a proud member of the armed forces of the United States of America, you'll be representatives and defenders of our democracy. It sounds corny, but literally our democracy.
So inspiring. And you know what else sounds corny to Joe Biden? Choosing a life of purpose.
They chose a life of purpose. Sounds corny, like a Memorial Day speech, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
Whenever Biden says, sounds corny, it completely undermines the point he's trying to make, so he really needs to stop saying it. Actually, you know what would be way more helpful? For Biden to stop talking altogether.
Democracy is not perfect. It's never been good. Perfect.
So with Biden's approval ratings in the toilet, thanks to record high gas prices, 40-year high inflation, and a baby formula crisis, Biden's handlers thought that it would be a great idea to once again have celebrities visit the White House. And not just any celebrities. During the final day of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the White House brought in South Korean supergroup BTS. First, they were trotted out in front of the White House press corps.
We will join President Biden in a discussion about Asian inclusion, representation, and diversity, as well as addressing anti-Asian hate crimes and discrimination.
And considering that only 1 out of the 8 people in this photo is fluent in English, this guy right here, I'm sure that it was a very productive conversation. And while the White House is so concerned about diversity and representation, They couldn't be bothered to find actual Asians from America to participate in Asian American Heritage Month. Great messaging, idiots.
But you have to find the negative of the logo to be able to do that. Skipping some comments.
This is an important month here in
You
America.
live in Texas,
A lot of
right?
our Asian American friends have been
Cool,
subject to real
So
discrimination.
okay, brother.
Only hides.
Casey,
Good people talk about it and say how bad it is. It goes down.
So a group of famous Asians are going to convince people who hate Asian Americans to stop discriminating against Asian Americans. Got it.
People care a lot about what you say. And what you're doing is good for all people. It's not just your great talent. It's the message you communicate. It matters.
No, it doesn't. It's not gonna change a damn thing. The people inflicting hate crimes on Asian Americans aren't gonna stop doing what they're doing because Joe Biden had a photo op with a South Korean boy band. Give me a break. Anyway, that's it for now. Be sure to hit that like button, check out these videos that you definitely missed, and be sure that you're still subscribed to the channel. As always, hope to see you next time. If there is next time. Is our internet down?
Yep.
Are you sure? I have no links loading.
Don't come out, don't come out, don't come out.
No, mine's working. Yours is working. Okay, my whole computer's frozen. Is your stream down? No, this one's working. But this internet's coming off a different box. So this is something's happening over here. This is all messed up. Hearing issues. And it's totally frozen. Can't even get task manager, which means I get to run this from my phone.
Mark the time.
Alright, so I'm going to switch over to the commercials just so I can open these things up. I'll be with you guys in a minute because my computer's frozen.
Get it back!
The emotion behind a purposeful design will surely convey the meaning it deserves and that you desire. So experience the difference at Impress Jewelry Creations, located in Granger on University Drive next to Sea Bravery Interiors. Industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson. And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. Just had a computer freeze up on me, so it's going to take me just a second to pull up the articles that I just had ready to go for what we're about to talk about. So just please bear with me. Also want to thank R&B Car Company, locations in South Bend and Warsaw. R&B Car Company are your used car experts. So there is a magazine online. Now, I want you to know, for those of you who watched the early show today and you're like, Casey, you can't do this topic on radio. I am not going to go into dramatic detail here. If you want dramatic detail on what is actually going on and why this is an issue, I encourage you to go watch my early show on Rumble. So that's rumble.com/Casey the host. So there is an online magazine. I don't know if it's a women's magazine or an LGBT magazine. I don't know. But the magazine is telling women that for Pride Month, and only women, they can't tell you what a woman is, but for you women out there, they would like you to smell your own poo. If you don't smell your own poo, you are not a proper ally of the trans movement. And as such,
somehow you're defiling Pride Month, which is weird because Pride Month isn't like supposed to be about trans issues. It never was about trans issues. And
That's
suddenly
true.
It's like now the predominant
That's
thing
true.
about Pride. Okay.
That's true.
If you say so. So here's the radio friendly gist of all of this. For those of you who are, again, I really have to tiptoe. Okay. When you watch the early show, I didn't have to tiptoe because it's online. We're able to get pretty graphic. I did give you all the warnings and everything else.
Which early show?
So if you're at work, whatever, you can get in trouble. Essentially.
Wait, which early show?
Male to female transition.
I didn't see it on Rumble.
Because certain physiological.
I don't see the early show today. Oh, what did you do? Which early show? Because you had 2 early shows today. Women encouraged to smell their own poop. All right, time for that one. Lap 5, 127, that's garbage. Good time. Trying to turn this wheel one-handed is not easy. It's not like a car. This thing fights against you.
I'm struggling to get going today. I'll be honest with you. I don't know why. I got to sleep in until 6:45 today. I think it's because it was overly hot last night and I couldn't get a very good night's sleep. I was constantly tossing and turning and everything else because I had a bunch of whips in my house. So we're constantly freezing and I'm always the one that's super hot. So I need my own room or my own place to live. I don't exactly know which one yet. We got to work that out somehow, some way. But this is not working for me anymore. I'm tired of sweating all night long and not being able to function the next day. So we're going to go through some Thomas Massey audio from this article. We are going to go over some shooting data. We're going to go over Joe Scarborough being a moron because Joe Scarborough is a moron. And then we're going to talk about why women are being encouraged to smell their own poop during Pride Month to somehow show solidarity with trans women. We'll get into that. I'm just going to give you a bit of a warning. Some of the stuff we're going to get into in that last topic, it's gross, and it's probably not appropriate for youngsters. And if you're at work, headphones. Definitely put the headphones in. You do not want that. You do not want that all over work. Might get in trouble with HR. I'll be coming up in a couple minutes. All right, let's start off with Thomas Massey. So he gave him 11 reasons why gun control won't work, and we've talked about this. I know that I just wanted to. He did it in such a good way because Thomas Massey's great at this stuff. I figured I would just let him do it, and you can listen to his phraseology, the way he puts these things. He's just highlighting basic common sense stuff. So there's a congressional meeting last week, and Representative Massey listed 11 incidents in which a good guy with a gun was able to stop a bad guy with a gun and prevent the loss of innocent life. Okay, it's right there in the article. Now, there used to be websites that did a really good job, of doing a running tally on this. I looked at one, and it didn't have the latest updates on it. So there was like a few updates from last year, and then they haven't really done anything for this year, and there's been a few this year as well, where a good guy with a gun or woman stopped bad guy with a gun, including just one that happened the day after Uvalde. So we'll get into all of that here in a little bit, but I want to just play this for you. And he's kind of highlighting some of these cases. I'll go over some of those cases with you on the bottom just as a review, but here's Thomas Massey. Let me cue up the audio here. There we go.
And I'm going to run out of time, but I'll try to make each of these summaries brief because there are dozens of instances. Even though the media doesn't want to report them, sometimes they get reported. Just this week, last week, May 25th, 2022, Charleston, West Virginia. Here, a man with an extensive criminal history started firing an AR-15 style firearm into a crowd. Fortunately, a woman who was legally carrying a gun was there to stop the attack. She shot the attacker and ended before anybody got hurt. South Fulton, Georgia, May 3rd, 2022. Teenager started firing his gun at multiple people. There was a large number of people present at the park because of an anti-violence riot. South Fulton, Georgia. This comes from a news report. Meadows said the men involved in the shootout with Hambrick have been cooperative and will likely not be charged since the teenager fired the first shot. After having reviewed most of the witnesses' statements, it appears that the descendant, Mr. Hambrick, discharged his weapon first, and as a result of that, there was an exchange of gunfire between him and two individuals, good guys with the gun. Portland, Oregon, February 19th, 2022. Homeowner allegedly confronted participants at a racial justice demonstration Saturday night before pulling out a handgun and shooting multiple people in the crowd, leaving one woman dead and several others injured. The shooting ended when a person with the group of demonstrators who is licensed to conceal carry a firearm fired back, striking the homeowner in the hip. Again, a good guy with a gun stops the shooting. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, October 17th, 2021. On Sunday, October 17th, 4 people were injured after a fight between two teenagers at Lancaster Park City Center, Pennsylvania. Shooting this past weekend, a 16-year-old who was illegally carrying a gun started the shooting. When it could have been much worse were it not for concealed handgun permit holder.
Come on, man.
A bystander armed with a gun intervened in the shooting.
I'm too used to doing time trials.
Participants, the unidentified bystander who legally possessed the firearm had heard gunshots related to the fight between two males that knew each other. Police said the bystander remained on the scene until security and police arrived. Syracuse, New York, August.
Okay, part one. Now, we got part two here as well. We'd like to remind everybody that, this is right after Uvalde.
Bump that shit up. Oh my gosh.
And this is something that's not supposed to happen. One, it was a woman, and she had a handgun, and the perpetrator had an AR, and they're constantly telling us that you're outgunned. Police can't confront somebody with an AR when they only have a handgun. It's impossible to do. Well, she did it. Here he continues.
It's 31st, 2021. District attorney credited a property manager with saving the lives of several individuals after he pulled out a legally possessed 9mm handgun, the very gun that Joe Biden wants to ban, and fatally wounded a man who opened fire on a car outside a building. San Antonio, Texas, August 11, 2021.
Wow.
West Side neighborhood climbed out of her vehicle and began shooting indiscriminately at people who came out of their homes and rushed to aid her. The armed resident fired back and shot the driver to death, ending the violent threat to the neighborhood. That was a good guy with a gun, or good gal with a gun sometimes. Fort Myers, Florida, July 22nd, 2021. A man who was a convicted
Oh my gosh, I can't deal with the fucking tires.
Fired multiple shots into a crowd before a bystander returned fire. When the bystander confronted the attacker, he stopped attacking and threw his gun in a parking lot.
Jumped out and
Unfortunately,
fucking
no
got
one
me
was injured
also.
in the attack. Chicago, Illinois, July 4th, 2021. It seems likely that if the concealed handgun permit holder hadn't intervened in this case, there would have been at least 3 deaths instead of just the one woman. Arvada, Colorado, June 21st, 2021. The attacker and 2 other people were killed in this attack. A Good Samaritan who was killed in a shooting in Alvarado, Colorado. He did not hesitate. He didn't stand there and think about it. He totally heard the gunfire, went to the door, saw the shooter, and him. Colorado injured in one. A man who was a convicted felon and illegally possessing a gun fired multiple shots into a crowd before a bystander returned fire. When the bystander confronted the attacker, he stopped attacking and threw his gun in a parking lot. Fortunately, no one was injured in the attack. Chicago, Illinois, July 4th, 2021. It seems likely that if the concealed handgun permit holder hadn't intervened in this case, there would have been at least 3 deaths instead of just the one woman. Arvada, Colorado, June 21st, 2021. The attacker and 2 other people were killed in this attack. A Good Samaritan who was killed in a shooting in Alvarado, Colorado. He did not hesitate. He didn't stand there and think about it. He totally heard the gunfire, went to the door, saw the shooter, and immediately ran in that direction. I just want to make sure his family knows how heroic he was. Toronto City witness Hurley confront the gunman. Mr. Hurley shot him. I think I heard 6 shots from his gun, maybe 5. Police chief said Hurley is a true hero who likely disrupted what could have been a larger loss of life. I'm running out of time, but Fort Smith, Arkansas, May 15th, 2021, Zachary Arnold, 26, fatally shot Lois Hicks, 87, in her apartment, then began shooting at other people in neighborhood apartments. Allstate West 58 used a rifle, not a concealed handgun, to stop the attack.
All that rubber. Gee
February
whiz.
20th, 2021, having murdered 2 people and wounded a couple of others, it's clear that the attacker intended to kill as many people as possible. The quick response by people with concealed handgun permits stopped the attack. I could go on forever.
And he really could, because just last year, it's estimated that between 1.7 and 2 million defensive uses of firearms happened in the United States. Not all of them were preventing mass shootings, obviously, but that's, dramatically larger than the criminal uses of firearms in the United States. It's not even close. So here's the details on some of these particular stories and that sort of stuff. But I mean, whether or not you want to go through them and look at them, it's entirely up to you. It's in the Federalist if you want to take a look at that. But as I've highlighted over the years in covering this and giving you the data on it, one of the things that we do know is even the FBI has routinely said, like, the best way to stop mass shootings for somebody on scene to already be armed. And their own data has said that. You will find news agencies, because the FBI basically did that report 2 years in a row. You'll find news agencies that will say, FBI report cast doubt on the basically the hero narrative. No, it didn't. 2 years in a row, the FBI made it very clear that the best way to prevent these things from getting out of control once they start is to already have somebody on the scene who is armed. That's whether that is security, whether that's law enforcement, whether that is an armed citizen. So, because it takes time for the response to get there. That's what the FBI report showed both years. So now we get into this. For those of you who don't know, very few, actually let's get up here, very few incidents actually are met with force, and that's because the overwhelming majority of mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. We've studied this to the hilts. We've talked about this for many, many years. I don't really need to rehash all of that right now. It'll probably come up in the near future as the debate continues to progress. But people target gun-free zones now. That's what they do. They advertise where gun-free zones are. They didn't used to. They enforce gun-free zones under penalty of law in many states. They didn't used to. And because of that, you find that a lot of these shootings take place in places where there is some charge if you carry a firearm at that gun-free zone. And so people are less likely. For an example, I'm dropping my daughter off to camp today, and they can't have firearms at the particular location that the camp is, so one guy who open carries left his pistol in his vehicle. but he still had his holster on. And you can see the holster, but he wasn't armed. Why? Because he's not allowed to bring that pistol on the property. So there's a criminal penalty for that. So we see this over and over and over again. There's really three components that we find with mass public shootings of all varieties, whether they involve a school or not. And I'm not talking about a mass shooting, I'm talking about mass public shooting. This is one of those, a shooter goes to a populated area, isn't targeting anybody, and is just trying to inflict the maximum amount of carnage. Unfortunately, what has happened is there has been a routine redefining of what constitutes a mass shooting. And they conflate mass shooting with domestic violence, they conflate it with gang warfare, they conflate it with a mass public shooting. Mass shooting, mass public shooting, two very different things. A mass shooting is two gangs going at it, right? They're targeting each other. It's just involves a lot of people, there's a lot of victims. A mass public shooting involves, you know, a handful or one gunman going to a public place and indiscriminately targeting the public because the public is there. It's mass public shooting. Criminologists have pointed out that over a 10-year period, mass public shootings have not increased. However, when you change the definition, you move those things around, you do have an increase in mass shootings as they are currently defined. And they change the body count, they change the number of victims, they change all sorts of stuff around, and that's how they always manipulate the data to make everything go up this way. Always. Well, I guess for you guys, it'll be up this way. But the conventional criminologist definition of this is over a 10-year period. We don't have any more mass shootings now than we used to. It's the same. So over that 10-year period, you got several years will be up, several years will be down, whatever it is. Even the body count situation recently, we've seen that more people have been killed in these particular incidents. However, if you go back historically over a 20-year period, you tend to find that it's actually pretty even. It just kind of does one of these things. So when you take a shorter period of time, it's really easy to get that large gap and increase in body count. But if you take the longer period, you tend to find out that really it's just kind of like a roller coaster. It goes up lots of peaks and valleys, but the peaks and valleys are relatively even with one another. So your peaks are about the same, your valleys are about the same, and over a period, if you just draw a straight line from this side to this side, it's basically straight. So that's unfortunately just they manipulate the data. We kind of went over this with the video that I did here recently. I did 2 radio show segments on it. I did a video of one of the radio segments. And I put it here on Rumble. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, go watch it. Share it with all of your anti-gun friends and family members and anybody else out there. The CDC, the data from the CDC does not at all show that guns are the #1 killer of young people in the United States. That's not true. That's not what the CDC data says, but everybody is going with the CDC now says that in 2020, for the first time ever, gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children in America. No, it isn't. And I went to the CDC's website and I did the CDC's data right there live on my radio show. It does not show that. It doesn't show it at all. They have to do 2 very specific things to manipulate the data to get to that number. And even then they barely get to it, okay? So I went over that in a previous video here from last week. If you go to the Rumble channel right after we're done here, and you'll see it in my previous videos. I think it's the last video or the second to last video. You can go ahead and see from last week. So about 11.7% of mass shootings in this research, there was an armed citizen who was present. Now that's what we know because the other ones there could have been an armed citizen that was there, who didn't draw their weapon, didn't make themselves known, okay? It does happen. There's no doubt about that. Now this is a total of 283 over an 18-year period, okay? So really, out of 283 active shooter events, there was 33 where there was a known armed citizen present, so about 11.7%. So we know that they were there because they made themselves known, which means they engaged. Here's what we know. Of the 33 incidents in which an armed citizen was present, the armed citizen was successful in stopping the active shooter 75.8% of the time, and successful in reducing the lives lost an additional 18.2% of the time. It's pretty dramatic. In 6% of them, they weren't helpful, okay? Nothing's ever going to be perfect. Now, what the news media will do is they'll say 6%, it doesn't mean anything will happen. I was invited to talk about veterans issues on the local PBS affiliate, which is WNIT. a couple years ago. And most of you know I've done several shows with WNIT, and famously destroyed the previous police chief in South Bend on his, before he even actually was sworn in. And his whole tenure here was a disaster, and he didn't start off very well with the city. And I didn't know anything about the guy. He just said a lot of stupid stuff on television, and I ripped him apart. We had a debate with an Everytown for gun safety woman, and okay, she lost. They had me, they had Sheriff Brad Rogers, they had the South Bend Chief of Police, Scott Ruskowski, and me. We were all there, and then we had her. So you basically had two heads. You had a sheriff and a police chief from two different departments. And then you had an anti-gun citizen and a pro-gun citizen. So it was set up to be a very well-balanced panel. The problem is that the three of us agreed with each other, and this woman didn't. And she got very flustered and did not understand. She even contradicted herself several times.
Two voties.
It didn't go good for her. So I was, eventually I was invited back. I talked about many issues on WNIT, but I was invited back to talk about veterans issues. This was an entire show about veterans issues. That's all it was. That's how it was presented to me. That's what it was when I got there. There's another veteran who I guess is a professor or something like that here locally.
Fucker.
And we started off, and I think we spent 5 minutes on veterans
That's
issues.
not for the kids.
Debate. I'm not here to talk about guns. I'm here to talk about veterans. And this is a problem. Society will give lip service to veterans, but it won't actually care about them. It just uses them as pawns in their political maneuver. And veterans already have to deal with that crap as their active duty anyway. Politicians using them as pawns in a grander policy issue. They don't need that when they get back home, and we're trying to get them help. And that's what that show was about. That I went there to get help for veterans. I went there to raise awareness for issues with veterans because of my status as one. And that wasn't what they wanted. They wanted to lure me there to talk about veterans issues and then switch it up with this other guy who's a veteran. He says he's a veteran, and talk about gun control. And his whole premise was civilians will never interfere. And for some looking at it, they do it every year, every day. They prove you wrong every day. Every single day. And I'm like, why are we still not talking about veterans issues? Why are we talking about this other stuff? Because they had to try and ambush me. So they ambushed me in the first one. They tried to ambush me in the last one. Anytime I was asked a question, it was right before commercial break because they had to cut me off. And it was just one of those things. I mean, he still lost the debates. I haven't been invited back since. But this is the type of nonsense that we have to deal with. The reality is, folks, is that people intervene. A lot of people now don't. Cowards don't. Cowards can't comprehend that people will intervene. Cowards don't understand the parents trying to get into Uvalde. They don't understand that because they would never do that even for their own kids. Cowards don't comprehend that.
Oh boy, that was
Cowards
really...
don't comprehend that, in 33 mass shooting incidents, if somebody is going to pull out their gun and try and stop the shooter, they can't comprehend that they'll be successful more than 3/4 of the time. They'll reduce the loss of life.
At this point, I just don't want to run out of fuel.
They can't comprehend that because they themselves would never have the intestinal fortitude to do it. And so they believe it's not real. The truth of the matter is, it is real. And last year, it happened at least 1.7 million times. Somebody needed to draw a gun to save their own life. And as a result, they did. And in a mass shooting scenario, that's what we have. There's tons of examples. We've highlighted many of them. And again, I think that this particular case here is very important because this happened the same week as Uvalde. This woman could have easily ran. She chose not to. She chose to engage. That's what people do. Not everybody, but that's what people do. And sometimes you engage and you lose the gunfight. We had a scenario here locally a few years ago where somebody did engage, they lost the gunfight. They were killed, the shooters continued to go on and kill people in the grocery store. But they tried. They still stepped up and they tried. They just lost sight of their training. They panicked. Unfortunately, they lost their life too. So this is how impactful and successful this can be. And this is very important stuff. If the research out of 280 some odd was 83, 283 active shooting incidents over a nearly 2-decade period, you only have armed people present for 11.7% of the time. And of that 11.7% of the time,
still not
they are
10 million.
successful in stopping the shooting
One more
over
run.
3/4 of the time, and
That's
they reduce
it.
the loss of life over 18% of the time. That is massively impressive.
Go to bed after that.
So you really have a scenario here where if you have armed citizens present where there's a mass public shooting, if you have armed citizens present, the data, which is 18 years, 283 shootings, okay, and obviously this is a couple of years old, this is I think 2018, 2019, they are effective at saving people 94% of the time. And there isn't anybody out there who would consider 94% not effective at anything. 94% is extremely effective.
Oh my gosh, you suck, dude.
Certainly you want to be 100%,
wow.
but that's not realistic. 94% success rate for armed citizens in reducing the loss of life is pretty darn impressive. So you go through this scenario here. They look at the gun-free zones, that sort of stuff. Most of these 115 will be gun-free zones, but they weren't officially identified as gun-free zones in the articles. But you get kind of a sense of how this all breaks down. Events with over 8 deaths, almost all of them were gun-free zones. It's just how it goes, guys. Don't know what else to tell you. They break it down by where it happens, that sort of stuff. A lot of office buildings, a lot of schools, stores, open spaces, federal buildings, and things like that. So you start to see some. I mean, some of this is targeting judges. We had one of these here a few years ago. It goes through the data here by state. It's a really good report. Now we talked about this before on the program, but the main thing to focus on here is basically this, which is
dude, if you're gonna go out,
successful at 94% of the time in reducing death or stoppage.
Oh, painful.
If you're the shooter, you're not executing people.
Step
you have
off,
to engage with gunmen. You're taking cover 2, you're firing back, that sort of thing. People can escape. People are not being executed. Any distraction is a good distraction. So there's that. Now let's talk about Joe Scarborough, who's a moron. First, I got to pay some bills. SilverFoxArt.com. Just a quick little commercial. I'll be back here in just a minute.
The GT logo behind me would look amazing. I need 2 cameras. That's what I need. I need 2 cameras. Dude, that's one of the worst fucking first laps I've ever had. What the fuck? SilverFoxArt.com.
SilverFoxArt.com on Instagram, and you get to see all their latest pieces that they put up there on Instagram. I highly encourage you to do that on Instagram at silver.fox.art, and of course commission your custom artwork at SilverFoxArt.com. Whether it's a family photo, whether it's just a picture that you like, it's a logo, that sort of thing. VFW posts and some of those as well. Just great artwork. Again, he made the logo here behind me, which it doesn't do it justice. It looks 2-dimensional on that wall, but it's 3-dimensional. It's actually in 3 layers, so it has depth. It's got backlighting on it. It's an amazing piece. All right, so I'm going to talk about Joe Scarborough. Then we'll get into women being encouraged to smell their own poop. Pride Month. Solidarity with trans women or something. So this is Joe Scarborough. Okay, Joe Scarborough is not the brightest human being in the world. He's particularly dumb. He loves to remind us of that on a regular basis. So he said this.
A military-style weapon designed for war. And I've said this before. I said it a couple weeks ago. I'll say it again. This style weapon, deadlier than what we had our soldiers carry around during Vietnam. But we actually have one political party in America that will not allow us to do anything to move forward, to give police officers the ability to go in.
Yeah, no, none of that's true. Police officers have the ability to go in, which is why they do it everywhere except for Parkland and New Mountain. Those are the only two places that they don't really go in.
Yeah.
We still don't really know why.
What the fuck?
First of all, like I said, Joe Scarborough's a moron. He's not very bright. AR-15s are not designed for war. AR-15s are not used in war. There's a reason that AR-15s are not used in war. Could they be used in war? Every gun can be used in a conflict, absolutely, but they're not practical for warfare or the modern battlefield. That's why they're not used. So, what is he talking about? That's a great question. But before we get into that, I would like to make this point, I guess. If you agree with Joe Scarborough, and you believe that modern AR-15s are more dangerous and deadlier than the M16s that we carried in Vietnam, I don't know why he picked Vietnam and not the M16s that we carried, through the early 2000s. I don't know why he did that. He probably doesn't know that we continue to use the M16s with their A3 or A4 variant before the M4 became the common standard battle rifle. So anyway, he says this. He goes, AR-15s today are more deadly than the M16s in the Vietnam War. Okay, if that's the case, then let me buy an M16 from the Vietnam era without getting an extra tax stamp. You should be okay with taking the tax stamp off of that rifle and just putting a tax stamp on the current AR-15s and just letting me buy the older style. You should be okay with that if that's less deadly than the current modern ones, right? Let's just swap them out. Remember what I said. Everything that they believe directly contradicts another belief that they have. First of all, anti-gun activists have no idea between the difference of automatic and semi-automatic.
True.
You're going to make their brain fry if you get into burst fire. They don't understand any of that stuff. So this is a guy saying that a semi-automatic weapon is more dangerous than a fully automatic weapon. Now, you've heard me say I'd much rather an untrained person walk into a school or building with a fully automatic rifle and try and control it. I would much rather have that. So, yeah, you can be more deadly with a AR-15 than an M16. Sure you can. However, if you're trained, you know what you're doing, that changes dramatically. It isn't the tool, it's the person wielding the tool. Can somebody shoot effectively with an M16? And if they can shoot effectively with an M16, there's a good chance that M16 is a heck of a lot more deadly. They keep telling you that automatic is the issue. Automatic weapons need to be banned. Automatic weapons are the problem. So automatic weapons are never used in any of these shootings. They're never used in these shootings. But they're telling you that automatic weapons are more deadly, yet here's Scarborough telling you that an automatic weapon is less deadly than the current semi-automatic. It's a complete total contradiction. It's one that he isn't wise enough to understand that he's making because he doesn't know enough about the issue. So he has no clue what he is talking about. If you take somebody who knows how to shoot a burst fire or a fully automatic M16, it will do a lot more damage than an AR-15. They can do it in a lot shorter period of time. The rate of fire is much higher for an M16 than an AR-15. If you take a good shooter with an AR-15, they can do as much damage as an average or bad shooter with an M16. But ultimately, they're still basically firing the same cartridge. They're still basically firing the same round, with some exceptions, obviously. Without getting into rifling and bore rates and all of that other nonsense, which don't matter. Just purely focusing on the caliber and the rate of fire. Same caliber, rate of fire is higher for an M16 in the Vietnam era than an AR-15 currently, and here's Scarborough going, it's more dangerous. Well, if it's more dangerous, then let me buy the fully automatic version that you say is less dangerous and then put the tax stamp on the semi-automatic version. And watch how fast he backpedals on that. He won't even address it. He'll just backpedal and say, oh, you're just deflecting. That's what he'll say. The reality is he contradicted himself because, again, everything the left accuses the right of doing, they themselves are doing, and every belief the left has contradicts another belief. Every single time, without fail. It is this way universally.
Boom.
So let's talk about more poop besides Scarborough and what comes out of his mouth, the butt vomit that comes out of his mouth. Let's talk about actual poop. This is IQFY.com. So this is an LGBTQ dealio. All right, I'm going to let you know again. We're going to get some mature themes here. If you are at work, headphones on. If you got kidlets around, headphones on. Maybe come back and watch this later because there's going to be some mature stuff here. Okay? Just letting you know, giving you a fair warning. Obviously, most people who watch this are of age, and it's not a big deal, but I know some of you are still at work because this is a bit early today, so we're not quite at lunch break yet for some of you. But this is not something that should be...
You need to hear that helicopter a bit better.
Encourage women to smell their poop to be more inclusive to trans women. This is not a satire article. This is a very real thing. In fact, they even say, yes, it's not a joke. Okay? Some women have a hole where their penis used to be, and that hole often shares microbiome with the colon, creating a distinct transitioning odor.
What?
I think you all know what colon is.
What?
In solidarity with trans women this month,
what?
You can make a difference.
What?
You can make a difference. If you've been looking for a way to make a difference in our society, have I got a mission plan for you? This is going to make all the difference in the world, folks, okay? If you're looking for a mission to do during Pride Month, this is the one for you, okay? This month, you can make a difference by putting your olfactory system to use while going number 2. Yes, it's not a joke. We are sincerely asking all women to please spend more time smelling their poo during bathroom breaks and to critically examine what many of our gender have to endure as part of the cost of bottom surgery. Our gender. Forget about biology, forget about chromosomes. Nope, we're just going to swap everything out.
Wow.
It is time for us all to do the work to truly empathize with the sights, sounds, and smells endured by every member of our large and beautiful gender community, including those with distinct transitioning odors. So, if you went to work today and you're like, I wonder what I'm going to learn this week, there is a distinct transitioning odor. All right. Based on gram stain, the majority of smears revealed a mixed microflora that had some similarity with bacterial vaginosis microflora, and that contained various amounts of these other things, often with fusiform and comma-shaped rods, and sometimes even with sporoches. Okay, whatever. The social taboo around frank discussion of smells is already quite strong. I don't know. I really don't see a social taboo about it. I think that it just seems to come up at a time where people don't really want you to talk about it, like if they're eating or something. People get, gagged out and whatnot. I don't, but a lot of people do. But doubly when it comes to the ones that can come from MTF neovaginous. Male to female is what that is. Male to female.
Oh.
Neovaginous.
Wow.
If you are a regular on advice and trans subreddits, you usually don't have to wander too far down the feeds before coming across anonymous posts carefully prodding for advice on neovaginal smells. Like this one. All right. Just letting you know, man. We're going to get deep into the woods here, okay? Just letting you know. Kids should be out of the room. Headphones should be on. One night, I was going to go down on her. Pushed her bits before she came in. Her, meaning the biological male. Came in the bedroom and she laid on my bed. I was about a few inches from her face when I noticed a foul smell that I can best describe as stale urine cheesy, and a bit like feces.
Gross.
I've heard of post-OP, the post-op, MTF, male-female smells, and I've read most people saying that they go away quickly after transition. Anyway,
oh my
I backed
gosh.
away because I was so put off by that smell. She kept asking what's wrong, again, the biological male, and I finally broke down and told her what's wrong.
Him.
She was confused and kept smelling herself, saying that she didn't smell anything. She said that she just washed it too. It's been a fight between me and her, and she's self-conscious about it. I mean, I would be self-conscious if I smelled like crap all the time too. I think everybody would. I asked if it could be an infection or her hygiene habits, lifestyle, or diet, because I know those things can affect the smell of the vagina. You might. It's not a real vagina. Just throwing that out there. It's a neo-vagina, apparently.
Ding!
She told me that's just the way their vagina and all vaginas smell. Oh,
nope.
That's how they all smell.
Nope.
That's what you say when you're male to female transition. You know what you're talking about. First of all, everybody here knows that they don't even all smell alike anyway. So trying to equate their smell with smelling like everybody else is, yeah, not how this works. But I didn't expect somebody who did the whole transitional thing to understand how basic biology works. She told me it didn't smell like what I described it as, and it just smelled like a normal vagina.
Nope.
I tried asking my mother about it, about what it could be, and she couldn't give me an answer because she's not informed on the topic. Because again, your mom has a real one.
Durr. Watch the walls.
They don't understand this. Like, this is the basic thing. And you all know, zero issue with trans people. But there's basic fundamental biology here. I'm going to ask my mom, hey mom, why does my boyfriend who is transitioning to be my girlfriend, why is it that their stuff doesn't smell nice? I don't know, dear. I don't have a fake one. Maybe find a girl with a real one and get back to me. I tried asking my gay cousin, but she didn't have any answers either. And again, why would she? Why would she? Why would she have the answer?
Because she's LGBTQSR.
This is hysterical.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the mountains. Gorgeous.
I was wondering if anyone in here could give me some advice on this. Do
That's just
transgender women
gorgeous.
just have a different smell down there than cis women?
Wow.
Is that just her natural smell? If so, what can I do to get used to the smell? You can't.
It's poop.
What's interesting about this, I mean, just beyond obviously the ridiculous part here of assuming that, hey, something that was fashioned out of another piece of anatomy that is designed to be a vagina. One thing that just escapes me on this is that people don't understand that sometimes you just don't like the smell of some people. And sometimes it's not even cognizant. Sometimes it's just a pheromone thing. You don't like the way somebody smells. They're repulsive to you. It's entirely possible that this person is just repulsive to you. Maybe their normal smells are just that way. Maybe even if they did transition, you still would not find their smell enticing.
Yeah.
There's possible that there's some subconscious thing going on there that you know that this isn't really a biological female, and if you're attracted to biological females and you're just trying to be woke and go along with this for the sake of going along with it, there's probably a little bit of spidey sense going on in the back of your brain saying red alert, not a woman.
Durr.
And that could be killing the experience for you. It's entirely possible. Told you we're gonna get deep into the woods here. Something I can't do on the radio show.
Nope.
Before we get to the cultural impact and science of eating genital sets, read on to learn about the sad story that sparked a poovolution in Canadian public school. Okay, this is marketing and stuff. As I was transitioning, I love this one, this one's good. As I was transitioning, I found it triggering that my cisgender female friends, normal women, didn't smell like poo.
Yeah, because they're women. Duh. you want to pretend, well, there you go.
I find it pleasant that women don't smell like poo.
You want to pretend.
That's just me.
Well, play pretend.
I just...
Well, pretend you're a woman. Well, there you go.
What do you say to this? Honestly, I don't know what you say to this. I really don't. You've taken your anatomy, you've split it down the middle, you've inverted it, and you've created a pocket that shouldn't exist in your biology.
Right.
And things that are normally walled off and closed off are not walled off and closed off anymore, and you expected everything to be hunky-dory?
Whoops.
Yeah, live your life the way you want to live your life, but it's like, you have to wonder if this could be one of the reasons that so many radical trans activists are really pushing the idea that you are transphobic if you're a dude and you don't want to date another dude who has transitioned to female, or maybe free transition to female. So if you're one of those people who was like on the fence, like, I don't know, I might give it a try if they've had the bottom surgery, just keep in mind, you gotta deal with that. So, massive red flag. Hope you enjoy your lunch. I'm gonna go have a snack. Probably look at TikTok for a little bit, post some TikTok videos, maybe live stream on Instagram. I don't know, do some stuff. I mean, it sounds like their relationship is pretty new. Hence the whole, I was gonna do this, and oh my gosh, is this normal? So it sounds like somebody was just like, yeah, I can go along with it. They're a woman now.
Uh-oh.
Spidey sense.
Tired of getting
No, they're not. That's probably what was going on in his brain.
Yeah.
I was triggered. I was triggered that my female friends didn't smell like poop. It's a great way to leave it. Word of the day is howitzer. You'll find out why at 3 p.m. We'll talk about that in the radio show today. And howitzer will also be the word of the day for the radio show later on, Rumble, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Come back here, hit that subscribe button, hit that Rumble button, share this with everybody. Appreciate that. Don't forget to follow me on Truth Social at Casey the host. Other than that, enjoy your lunch. And for you ladies out there, enjoy that you don't smell like poop, because we appreciate that you don't smell like poop. We like how women smell. Real good.
Pause. I can't pause. Shit. Wow, really? Huh. Wow, it took that long for me to be able to pause it? That's fucking stupid. That's dumb. Shit. It's a lot of stuff that's open. I gotta hit the head. Oh, that's open. Yeah, God's watching me. I'll be right back.
Been in office before, and things have gone wrong before. There's nothing new about that. It seems to happen almost every single time. And Joe Biden knows every time a Democrat gets into office and does a bad job, the media is there to rescue them. After all, their goals are roughly the same, and even if they're not exactly aligned, we can always agree that those evil Republicans certainly cannot be allowed to control things. But here's the thing. Those are the old days. Part of this has to do with the rise of digital media and the fact that they've lost the stranglehold on information. But honestly, while I would love to give Blaze TV the credit here,
we can only do so much. We could do more, of course, if you'd like to subscribe. BlazeTV.com/Stu, promo code debunked. That'll save you $20 and help us do our part. But Joe Biden's problem is not the Blaze. His problem is that the mainstream media are really good at spinning Democratic failure. But these people are not magicians. Joe Biden is simply too bad at this job. The media can spin you out of a little corruption. See Biden, Hunter. They can make things that are going a little poorly seem like big-time wins. But they can't spin their way out of this. It's too noticeable. It's smacking people in the face every single day. When a family goes to fill their tanks at this California gas station and they see this, $9.46 for regular, $9.76 for premium, and premium's not even the full 93 octane, by the way. That's just 91. $9.76. When bread and eggs and meat and electricity and housing and transportation and everything else is up, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. The media can't run interference for your societal collapse. They're not Marvel superheroes.
Nope.
And yet Biden is out there saying things like, we've added more jobs than anybody in the past year, than anyone in history. Do you really think people believe that? Everyone remembers COVID, Joe.
Yep.
Everyone remembers when people like you were actively telling them they couldn't go to work. Everyone remembers the old restaurant they used to love, going to get food on a weekend that is now closed down because people like you said no one could leave their house.
Ding.
Everyone remembers when business owners who tried to open up anyway were getting arrested for opening their doors, and people like you, Joe, were standing by and cheering it on. Comparing the job gains from the middle of the pandemic, which was caused by people like you destroying all of the jobs, this is not a winning argument. It is a desperate argument made by a desperate party looking at what must be and might be the biggest wave election in a generation. And it's Joe Biden saying, just stay the course. The media will have our back. Don't worry, guys. Well, they probably will have his back. But Joe Biden is such a bad president that it's not going to be enough. The left has built a structure of protection from the media that was supposed to survive any storm. It took Hurricane Joe Biden to finally destroy it. If it feels like you need a degree in grapes to find a great wine, because you can shop by label, you can try to remember what tannins are. I don't know what that is. You can try First Leaf instead and let them do all the work for you. They make it simple to discover new wines you will love without the hit or miss. First Leaf samples over 10,000 wines a year from around the world and selects only the finest bottles. They take the time to learn what you like and then kind of what you don't as well. And make sure that they send you world-class wines tailored to your taste. My wife is a wine drinker. She likes the sweet wines. I don't know. It's basically like wine combined with Kool-Aid. It's like, that's the stuff that she likes. She likes the Moscatos and the sweet Rieslings. And so when we order from First Leaf, they send us either some of those or things that are near those areas that she also really tends to like. And if you're not happy with the wine that you receive, First Leaf will credit you for another. Doesn't get any simpler than that. There's no risk to it. Sign up today and you'll get your first 6 bottles for $29.95 plus free shipping. Just go to tryfirstleaf.com/Stu, tryfirstleaf.com/Stu. Get your first get 6 bottles for $29.95 plus free shipping. Tryfirstleaf.com/Stu. Tryfirstleaf.com/Stu.
Well, between my cats and dogs, I never know what stains and odors I'll find on my carpet and furniture. I've tried everything to remove pet stains and odors, but after a day or two, they come right back. Genesis 950 with water breaks down the bonds of stains and odors, so they're gone for good. Its antibacterial component removes pet odors from carpet and padding. It can be used in a carpet cleaning machine, and is green, so it's safe for your family and pets. And Genesis Genesis 950 is made in America. If you're tired of pet cleaners that don't work, it's time to buy Genesis 950. 1 gallon of industrial strength Genesis 950 makes up to 7 gallons of cleaner. The Genesis 950 is not just for pet stains and odors. It's great for floors, bathrooms, kitchens, wheels, tires, and oil and grease stains. Before you purchase new carpets, you must try Genesis 950. Order 1 gallon direct at Genesis950.com to receive a free spray bottle, free shipping, and a $10 discount using code BLAZE. Discount only available on 1 gallon purchase. That's Genesis950.com. Genesis950.com. Genesis 950. Much cheaper than replacing your carpet.
Every day, your body is engaged in a microscopic battle. Foreign invaders like bacteria, fungus, and virus are constantly attacking you. I'm naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, inventor of Texas Superfood. And it's your immune system's job to detect, deflect, and destroy these invaders and to keep you healthy. Your immune system needs healthy foods to keep you safe, but sadly, most Americans just don't eat right. In a capsule or powder, 1 daily dose of Texas Superfood is loaded with vitamins, minerals, and nutrients from 55, count them, 55 raw fruits and vegetables. Your best defense these days is a healthy immune system. Texas Superfood can help you get it. So if you can, won't, or don't eat all your fruits and vegetables every day, Texas Superfood is made for you. Start building a healthy immune system for under $2 a day. Go to TexasSuperfood.com or call us at 855-TEXAS-55. If you don't take care of your immune system, who will? Call us at 855-TEXAS-55 or go to TexasSuperfood.com.
Every day, babies in their mother's wombs are fighting for their life. Shamefully, abortion is the leading cause of death for these most vulnerable souls. So, you and me have to save them. My program has partnered with Preborn to help rescue 50,000 babies' lives, or as we lovingly call them here, our Blaze babies. Preborn has pregnancy centers nationwide, providing free ultrasounds to help young moms in crisis choose life. Preborn's mission is to put Planned Parenthood out of business.
And ultrasound changed everything for me. It really did. It made it all worthwhile to know that I was going to have the blessing when she got here. It was just, oh my God.
When a woman sees her baby in the womb and hears the heartbeat, it's a divine encounter. And the vast majority of the time she'll choose life. One ultrasound is $28, or you can sponsor 5 ultrasounds for $140. All gifts are tax deductible. Donate securely. Call pound 250 and say the keyword baby. Pound 250, keyword baby, or go to preborn.com.
Orlando Magic's 23-year-old starting forward is deeply religious and proudly unvaccinated with it.
In Jonathan Isaac's logic is it's solely about him.
On Friday, Isaac got attention for choosing not to kneel in unison with his teammates or to wear a Black Lives Matter shirt.
It's really not a good look when you see all your teammates and coaches doing one thing and you're doing another.
The moment was very hectic, but at the same time I had peace. I knew what I was standing for was dear to me. I knew that, that to me that Jesus was the answer for everything that we see in the world. And I decided to stay on it, and not everybody agreed with it. My name is Jonathan Isaac. I play for the Orlando Magic, and I'm writing a book with the Daily Wire.
Very cool. Now joined by Jonathan Isaac. He's an NBA basketball player with the Orlando Magic, of course, and author of Why I Stand, which is available now wherever you get your books. Make sure you pick it up right now. Jonathan, thanks for coming on the program.
Man, Stu, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
It's happy to be here.
Is it weird going through this? I mean, because obviously you're a really talented athlete. You're in the NBA. You'd expect some sort of attention on your career for those reasons. But you have now a totally different message to be able to push out there. Is it surprising that this all happened?
Yeah, it's been interesting. Just kind of getting the book going, running around doing all these interviews, meeting all these great, interesting people. It's been fun. I've enjoyed myself.
Take me back to the first night you're there. The entire team, the entire league is taking a knee, and you know this going in. It's not a surprise to you, and you decide to go a totally different direction. Why?
Yeah, so there's so many details that lead up to it, so many things, like a backstory. So you have to get the book last in order to really get the 411. But just around the time of obviously, George Floyd's tragic death, that was obviously, wrong and horrible. What I tried my best to do was take a step back and kind of look within myself and say, what is the best way for me to respond? And everything started getting very, very heated leading up to the bubble. And we had a conversation with our team, and the guys said that they were going to decide to kneel in unison with the other teams who had already kneeled. And so the question came to me, what are you going to do? And I said, guys, I'm not going to kneel. celebrates the demonstration of love that Jesus demonstrated to all of us by dying on the cross for our sins. And us all falling short of the glory of God is truly the message that can heal the world. So I decided to stand up and say it.
That's great. I know you mentioned the T-shirt, which said Black Lives Matter. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you do believe that Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
So why didn't you just, because you could have made a point about faith whilst kneeling and while wearing a shirt. Why did you decide to go the other direction?
Well, I couldn't divorce the shirt or even the phrase Black Lives Matter away from the spirit of the movement and the way that it was going on. I felt that it was angry. It was bitter. It was about revenge. It was about getting even, even to some degree. And that's just a message that I couldn't agree with. And so again, it's so easy for us in moments like that to take that judgment role and to say you're wrong, you're evil. We don't look at ourselves. And so I believe that what the gospel does so great is it helps us to look at ourselves and say, you know what? If I want forgiveness for the things that I've done, I have to show forgiveness. I have to show mercy if I want mercy. And that's the way that God handles all of us, with mercy, with care, with love. And so we have to be willing to demonstrate that to other people.
And it's interesting because I think a lot of people, because of maybe the political alignment in the world, people associate people on the right and many people of faith with racism.
Right.
And that's the exact opposite message of the Bible, of Christianity as a whole. I mean, it really is the most prominent argument against racism that's ever been created. At least that's my view.
Right, that every person is made equally in the image of God. And again, it's not to say that there aren't racist people.
Sure.
It's not to say that there aren't racist instances. But it's to say that, again, racism is a hard issue. And in order to overcome it, you need a weapon. And a weapon like love is ultimately what changes a person's heart. And there's no greater love than the love of God. And so in the moment, again, in a moment that people deem as racist or anything like that, in that moment, it's like, well, how can we show love in this moment, show grace in this moment, in order to move forward?
Yeah, I could relate it. If you're living a Christian life, you're fighting against this, right? It's already part, it's built into the faith. And because of cultural reasons, I think people wind up seeing this differently. I mean, is there because I've noticed this as I'm unlike Glenn Beck, I am a sports fan, and you notice this a lot where activities by athletes that are maybe not so positive, maybe not aligned with Christianity, get a lot of praise in the media, a lot of love on social media, where people like Tim Tebow, yourself, get criticism for living to these standards. What's the reason for that?
Well, I just think it speaks to where our world is, and ultimately where our culture is acceptable of. But yeah, I think it's unfortunate, but I think it definitely shows where we are. And even just backtrack a little bit, was the thing about the Black Lives Matter movement, what was going on was like they made it seem like that was the only way that you can support Black lives in this moment.
Yeah.
And when I looked at myself and said, you know what, I've been in ministry for 2.5 years now, and I'm a part of a church, and I've seen people be cared for, people of all different colors, but especially people that look like me. And I was saying, that's not the only way to support Black lives, but in the moment they made it like it was.
How much of this is part of a mob mentality? I mean, I think one of the things that I appreciate about the Christian faith is there is, they talk about this with socialism all the time. Well, socialists, they want to help people, right? They want to pull everybody's money together and help people. And my argument against that is it's not about society doing that. It's about you doing it. It's about your heart changing. It's about you making these moves to help other people. That is essential to Christianity, but it sees people as individuals. And we've come to this point in the country where there's this battle between, do we view people as individuals, or do we view them as part of a mob, part of a movement, part of a group, part of a collective? What's the right way to look at that?
Well, I think you're definitely right about seeing people as individuals. I think it's human nature that in times of crisis, in times of great whatever, that we retreat into what's familiar, what's comfortable, what's tribal. So people that look like us, or people that want the same things as us, and it's easy to identify yourselves as a group for power. And so yeah, I think definitely seeing people as individuals and as just people who are just trying to live out their life the way that they see fit is the right way to go. And I think so much of what's going on with the league, the world, is because of this group mentality and that being a fight for power.
Your book is called Why I Stand. However, it's a plural. It really is a plural. I mean, why are you standing? Because you are not afraid to stand up for whatever you believe. That's something you used to certainly praise in this country. I mean, it's certainly the foundation of the country, right? People who stood up and came here, and took a risk to come over to a new land. That's kind of the way that the country was founded. You took another stand as a player when everyone said you had to be vaccinated, and you made not a crazy, wild-eyed conspiracy argument, but a sensible, logical argument about your own personal situation, and you decided not to do it. Why didn't you do it, and what was the reaction?
So for me, honestly, it was an easy decision. Looking at everything that was going on, it was easy for me to kind of discern this thing is being forced. Like there's so much fear that's going along with what's going on. And for me, just looking at my situation again, I'm young, I'm healthy, I have no comorbidities, I'm in the best shape of my life, and I've already had COVID in the past, so I have learned a bit about natural immunity. So I was like, this thing just isn't right for me. I don't see the wisdom in putting this into my body and still being able to contract the virus and pass it on anyway. So that's that. Then it was, wanting to stand up for people who lose their jobs and people who went from essential workers to being not essential anymore. Yeah. And to have people's religious and medical freedoms denied or exemptions denied. And I was like, you know what, I want to stand up on principle and be a voice for those people.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some real similarity between both of these incidents, right? Where there's a huge group of people saying you have to do one thing. And, behind it is something that, you spoke about George Floyd and how tragic that was. Obviously, no one wants to get COVID or pass it to somebody else. There's maybe a good motivation behind all of this stuff. But forcing people to do things against their will is really the problem, isn't it?
Right, and I actually made that parallel in the book about the feeling of those moments of standing in the bubble and then not getting the vaccine. I felt the same kind of parallel or ideology behind the scenes of both movements, where it was like, we know the right thing to do in the situation, and if you don't do exactly what we say, then you're evil, and you don't care about the people that are around you, and they've been trumped up to be moral arguments instead of just people having different opinions. And so, yeah.
So was it, in these moments, is it scary or is it empowering?
I'd say both. Definitely. So, the night before I stand in the bubble in the book as well, I'm on the phone with my pastor, and I'm telling him, like, you don't understand how crazy this thing is going to be. I'm going to be a coon, I'm going to be an Uncle Tom, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that. I hadn't signed my contract yet, so a lot of things were up in the air. And but at the same time, I was standing there in the bubble, and I wasn't making it about me. Know that I wasn't making it about politics or a side. I was making it about who can truly heal, which is Jesus. And so at the same time, it's very empowering to see the encouragement and the people reading the book saying how inspired they are and how much they love it, and the story and all that is great. But at the same time, they're very terrifying moments in my life.
Yeah, you mentioned that you hadn't signed your contract yet. There has to be a moment before this goes on where you're thinking to yourself, I think this is the right thing to do.
Yes.
But it might blow up my career. I might ruin everything that I've worked for my entire life. Are you comfortable with that risk?
Well, ultimately, yes. Because I stood. Well, that was definitely a conversation that I had with the people around me. But at the same time, a conversation that I had inside of myself. And I was saying, you know what? I know that this thing is the truth, and whether my career goes up in flames or not, I know that this is the right thing, and I know that it's what can truly heal the world because it's healed me. And so I decided to go with it. For sure, there was definitely those moments and conversations with myself. It's like this thing, it can go left very fast. You would see a bunch of people on Twitter get canceled and all those different things that were going on. So it was definitely scary.
Well, it seems to me from an outside perspective, one of the reasons why that didn't happen to you is because you handled it really well. Like, you handled it with grace, you handled it calmly, you handled it with intellect. You didn't become this like outspoken person yelling insults at everybody. You not only asked for respect for your decision, but you also respected the other side.
Exactly, and I think to your point, that's exactly a part of what would help the situation. I'm sure if I came out and was just like, you guys are all in your position, that would be the case. But it wasn't. But it was pretty much an even. I have a heated conversation with my teammates after I stood, and we were able to land it. Look, you guys believed in what you were kneeling for, but I also believe in what I'm standing for, and I respect you guys' decision to kneel. I didn't question it, and I just asked for that same respect in return. And it was the same thing with the vaccine. It was like, loving your neighbor is not just loving people that agree with you, it's loving people who don't. And so, if you want to get the vaccine, I respect your decision, but don't force me to do so.
Because the book is great, it's got all this detail behind it. People make sure you pick it up. It's something that you're really going to enjoy reading it, reading all the background behind all the stuff that you've seen, the true story behind what you've seen online. Before we go, you were injured. You tore your ACL, right? So you missed 2 full seasons. And that's got to be athlete. Like, what's that experience been like? And do you think you're going to be back for the start of this next season?
But you have to find a negative of the logo to be able to do that. Skipping some comments. You live in Texas, right? Okay. Cool. So okay brother, good luck, see you tomorrow. Emoji waving hand. Oh ha ha ha, bully cat lol.
I'm so glad that I have the people that I have in my life around me. And so Doc is huge. He's like the angel of the book and just giving me wisdom and insight. My fiance, which is not my wife at the time, was there and helped me through. But now that I can actually hold the book, I can look back and say, if I didn't get injured, there wouldn't be a book. I wouldn't have had time to write. I wouldn't have time to go through the process. And so being able to see, again, to hear people talk about how much it encourages them to stand up for what they believe in, it makes it like, God, I can see you willing it. I can see what you desire in it. And so God, it's great. It's an amazing message and a very important book. Jonathan Isaac, the new book is Why I Stand. You can pick it up wherever you get your books right now. Jonathan, thanks for coming on. Yeah, thank you so much. The last thing that I will say is that the book is so much more than just about me. I think you hit the point on this, right? It's so much more than just standing alone with physical vaccine. It's about my story and my journey of how I battle anxiety, fear, self-insecurity, and how a relationship with Christ has helped me get here. And so I'm not the guy who's always been courageous. I'm the guy who's been built in courage because I believe that I'm standing on solid rock. And so it's an important message that everyone, especially in this time, really needs to hear. Jonathan, thanks for coming. Thank you so much.
To infinity.
Has access to a total of approximately $9,000 in credit card debt. And during this economic crisis, many consumers are now using 80% or more of their credit card limit. Using this example, you can see why consumers are getting into trouble. Consumers that owe $15,000 on their credit cards with today's average interest rate simply cannot get ahead.
Call 1-800-466-9006. 1-800-466-9006.
I live alone and rarely get visitors. So when I slipped and fell in the kitchen last month and couldn't get to a phone, I knew I was in trouble. Help! I could barely move. Help! I tried for help, but no one would hear me. As I lay there, I couldn't help but think of kids and grandkids having to go on without me. I was terrified. It took 8 hours for my neighbor to find me. It could have been the end. That's what I knew. I knew life. Just one press of this button, I'm connected to the Life Alert Center, where I can get the help I need, even when I can't reach it. With Life Alert, I've never alone.
Call 1-800-425-6319 for your free Life Alert brochure. That's 1-800-425-6319. Again, 1-800-425-6319 for your free Life Alert brochure and 1-800-425-6319. 1-800-425-6319 today.
Say thank you to everybody who tuned in on Friday for our big special student votes gun myths. We've gotten a great response so far. It's one of our biggest shows we've ever done. And we really do appreciate that because the main thing is I want to make sure people get eyes on this information. It's hard to cut through all the nonsense that's on social media and on mainstream media. So we wanted to give you kind of a place to go for that, and we really appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully everybody enjoyed hearing evidence-based, factual discussion as opposed to cynical, emotional manipulation. I don't know. It's just the kind of thing that we do here every once in a while. If you happen to visit, look, things happen, relatives come and visit, cars explode for no reason, air Swalwell farts on live television, a lot of these things just go on, and you miss things that are happening in the world. But that's okay, you can still check it out. Student Votes Gun Myths on Blaze TV, YouTube, and Facebook. You can enjoy, I'd say about 75% of the show right there, because there was really too much to jam in there, so we did an extra, I don't know, it was 20, 25 minutes on podcast. If you want an extra 20 minutes of debunkery, you can only do that on the Students America podcast page, or go wherever you want for your podcast. Check out the full unaltered show, Student debunks gun myths. I really do appreciate it, and hopefully you're able to use it as a resource to debunk your own idiot friends and their idiot opinions at every idiotic opportunity. Whenever you need it, it's always there for you. Check it out on your platform of choice today, and rate and review and subscribe to the podcast. 5 stars is the appropriate number of stars. Here's some comments from the show. Statistical Stu at his best. I hope everyone watching passes this along to family and friends and pastes the link in their social media. Glenn and Stu bust their balls to get the truth out. We should be helping. Otherwise, it really is curtains for this country. By the way, yes, I'm a LazyB subscriber, but I like messing with YouTube algorithms. The left wants to play with the culture. I can do that too. I love the spirit there. As a Canadian suffering under Justin, oh gosh, I'm sorry. We need a program like this aired on mainstream broadcasting. Needless to say, common sense and rationality are contrary to mainstream Canadian news. Trudeau has said that the new laws do not target legal, licensed gun owners, but it literally only targets us. As an RPAL, Restricted Possession Acquisition License, which allows me to own handguns. What a nice gift to by the Canadian government to you. I am literally subjected to daily criminal record checks. And in order to get my license, I had to take a 16-hour safety course, then apply to the government with reference letters and affidavits from my wife, friends, and family members, exes too, if applicable, to swear that they are okay with me having a license. It's crazy strict, and it's only getting worse. There's going to be no guns at all left in Canada very soon. William says, Stu always lays it down in a no-nonsense way. Keep it up. I keep seeing these emotional pleas on Facebook, on the Facebook page, and they are BS. Yes, that's the biggest thing I wanted to get through on that special was people keep trying to hit you with emotion over and over and over again, and these things can be emotional, and it's not wrong to feel emotional about such a terrible tragedy.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for liking. Thanks for subscribing.
That's not how you build a civilization.
And I'll see you later.